What's up? It's Thursday. How you doing, Tenjin? 410 streak. Doctor, turn off my Stronge inhibitors. Collapses from cringe. I'm sorry? This is her story. Don't ask me why I remember this game's name. I don't know what the heck this might be. Title is the same line you said like 4 times last time. I'm pretty sure still nobody understands what you mean. Nobody has to understand. Just know I said it twice last stream, by the way. And who are you talking to? I'm talking to, like, Moose? I'm talking to, I think you said something bad about Killer is Dead at some point. I don't remember. Anyone else who said something bad about Killer is Dead, they need to apologize if they like Metal Gear Rising. I don't know what I'm looking at. Duelist? Duelist isn't in here. I Divine Cybermancy? It's not in here. XCOM? I think Killer is Dead looks like Dookie if it's the game with shaded art style and the guy with a katana. I get it, it's an art style, but it's a bit too dark for my taste. Okay, that's understandable. To a degree, it's understandable. But, alright, you say that, but we have the crap and piss filter over Metal Gear Rising like every other game made within those couple of years. Like the same filter that was in Metal Gear 4, Metal Gear Solid 4, and then whatever the hell else. Just like everything having this orange-ish tint. Call of Duty had it as well. I don't remember which ones. What's up, Starry-Eyed Ava? What's up, Moose? Steven never responded on Discord, so I'll bring the conversation here. I think strong level 2s are a bigger problem than level 3s in Street Fighter 6. But it also belies another problem where the majority of characters don't have a compelling reason to use their level 2. Because for the most part, the level 2 is just less damage than the level 3, but it can only be cancelled into from EX moves. The level 1 holds its place as another reversal option. Here's my take on it. I don't think that a level 2's damage is, at least I haven't played the game enough to tell you like for sure, but from what I have seen, the only thing that I am actually fearing in pretty much every case is somebody hitting me with a level 3. A level 2, it'll be like a good enough amount of damage. It'll be like the amount of damage that I would expect someone to use to secure a kill, fine. But a level 3 dying off of a singular interaction from 50% is just stupid when it's off of a resource that builds from every single point in the game. It's not like Ultra and Street Fighter 4 where it's only a defensive mechanic, or the V-trigger gauge where, you know, same thing, only off of defensive stuff, and specifically one V-skill use. It's something that you are constantly working towards, and you have nothing else to use it on, so there's no management of that resource. It's just pop the level 3, kill a guy. And I find it very annoying. I feel like, I'm not certain, but I feel like that's part of the reason that throw loops are such an issue, because you get shimmied, and then that one shimmy leads to more than 50% because, you know, why not? Why the hell not just pop the level 3? I think most of the time people are just too afraid to actually tech a throw because get shimmied once, die. MGR is peak, shut up. I will hear nothing towards it, no slander. Oh, also, speaking of high damage, because the leak situation is mad unstable, apparently ranked has been delayed in GG until August, or so people said. Can't even tell what's real anymore, man. You see, this is why leaks are whack, right? You never know what's misinformation and what's not. It's just a bunch of people saying stuff, throwing it all out into the ether, and then you gotta sift through all of it and wonder what's what. I just realized something. Hey, hold up, Ava, how come you haven't made me drink water yet? Who are you and what have you done with the real Ava? Steven, would you be happier if more characters had very strong level 2s, like Rashid, JP, etc., so players will spend meter on something other than big damage? Probably not. If level 2 across the board is supposed to be something for utility, then I'd like that. Because I'd still say that something like Jerry's Feng Shui engine is useful. Rashid is supposed to be the I win neutral now tool. JP is here, you're now in the mix. Here's the blender. And then there are some that are just like, what's, is Terry's level 2 power geyser? Triple power geyser? Well, he can do the third one and then, uh, what's it called? He can do the first two, and I think that's like just the level 2, and then he can do the third one that adds on more damage. JP's level 2 enables checkmate scenarios. Some people dislike that. Yeah. What's up, Rosenthorns? How you been? Haven't seen you in a minute. SF6 Resident Sleeper. True? Yeah, I'd say Resident Sleeper. I'd say Street Fighter 6 is like one good patch off of being a really solid game. Actually, I don't know about that one, because one thing that I would want would be changing like the fundamentals of the game in its entirety, which some people would likely dislike. Nah. Maybe it's like 2 or 3 patches off of being something that I think is really solid. But yeah, as I was saying, if level 2s across the board had some form of utility, I think that would be good. I think that would be fine. And then what I really want more, what I actually really want more out of Street Fighter 6 is a usage for that meter that is outside of just cashing in for a super. That way you actually have to manage the resource the same way that you might the drive meter. Because it's, if you're gonna be building it all the time, you should have reason to use it that isn't always just do 50%. Is this the fight with MF? That's what it sounds like. Dismiss, Birth by Sleep. I don't remember what Dismiss is, but it's reminding me of... No, wait, this might be any fight with, heckin... What's his name? Terra Nort. Dismiss the stream. Okay, haha. Hey guys, happy Thursday. Thursday? Well, it's Thursday. I don't see the God of Thunder here. Only Street Fighter I actually enjoy is 3, to be honest. 8 really just don't like... I really just don't like Street Fighter. That's understandable. Honestly, same, because typically I find Street Fighter to be too slow for my taste. Either too slow or too execution heavy. One or the other. Like, Street Fighter 4 was too execution heavy for me. Street Fighter 3, I just never really got into. I don't remember why exactly. 5 was too slow, and then 6 is too slow. Also, since we are bringing up Discord combos into this, I'll say that Stronge is right when it comes to the throw techs. I think rewarding the defender is a good concept and is very game dependent. It might be okay for Street Fighter 6. I don't play the game to know it, but I think teching a throw should be just neutral push each other away, that's it. Yeah, because in most scenarios, I've seen a lot of arguments on Twitter involving, like, saying that putting someone in a scenario where you are offending but you make yourself -3 and then you're still within throw range and you go for a throw but the opponent techs, then now you're offending and getting 1 gauge back. And while that is a little bit stupid in my book, because it's not being entirely plus, I'm okay with it. I don't like the idea of there being somebody like delaying a grab and then putting themselves in a scenario where they are now the defensive grab, and they can tech the opponent trying to do what is a grab tech essentially, and they get a reward for it. But if they were going to do it in Street Fighter to try to do something about throw loops, then I think that would be part of it. That would be a step in the right direction, because it's not just straight up giving a one player like an advantage in that scenario. They don't just make it so that they try to grab, then the defender techs, and then now they just win the next thing because they're +3 or something. Too execution heavy. You just suck. Wow, okay. So you're telling me you can do consistent 1-frame links without plinking? What heckin' game is this? I don't know. Castle Crashers. Oh, this is Dune. I see. Gotcha. Oof. How did you read poor is good? Huh? I don't... Because they both got 2 O's in the center, that's how. I think rewarding the defender is a poor concept and is very game dependent. I see. What's up, Zane? 410. It's 410 watch streak. Just like Tenjin. Boobs? Love those things. Love those things. Wish I'd ever seen them. Huge boobs fan, excited to see boobs for the first time. Frick me, dude. Wait, are you saying that you think that the attacker delaying the throw to try to get a bar back is bad? I think that adds more layers to think about. The defender may also think the attacker could be doing that, and they may push a button to take a turn. I guess Dune... Oh, look, I was right. So, about that thing. Moose, that's just... It's not that it's bad, it's that that's something that I don't like. I wouldn't like to play a game like that where the possibility of, like... The possibility of the timing of a throw comes in rather than whether or not... That's wrong. How do I say it? The way that I always see it is that the box stun from buttons is supposed to be the ambiguous part of the game, and you're playing around that most of the time, because that's just part of strike, right? Throw is a universal thing from everybody. Throw is the thing that's gotten, or done to get through someone's guard. If someone's not on their toes and they get thrown, that's their punishment, and then whatever happens afterwards, whichever form of Oki, that's the further punishment. When you add a layer of ambiguity to that as well, it feels strange, in my opinion. It's not something that I would like to play around, because they have done the thing that is definitely weaker than Strike, and they're having a mind game around just the beginning of that, rather than the end of it, I think is... I guess I want to say unnecessary, or can lead to messy situations that Throw itself, I don't believe, should have. The messy situations are supposed to be coming from buttons. Also, offense in Street Fighter 6 is very good. Throw loops versus shimmy is a crappy guessing game, and giving the defender a reward for guessing right is okay to me. But the thing is, the offensive scenario can still turn into them technically being in a defensive scenario because they delay a tech or delay a throw, and then now they get more advantage, which, like I said, I don't like it. You're right, it adds another layer, but I don't think that that layer should be there. I don't think that specific layer is very fun to play around. If they really... I think the solution to the throw loops thing would be to either add a small window for throw invulnerability on wake up, or reduce damage for level 3s. Because, like I said, the main problem with the shimmies is that if you actually do decide to try to tech a grab from a throw loop scenario, then you end up getting shimmied and then you just get popped for more than 50%, because that's how half the characters in the game work. Not even half, that's like a good 90%. Drink water. Gotcha. Yeah, overall, I think giving away sort of advantage on a successful throw tech is too much. That's about it. I don't know exactly the reason for why Undernight does it, but I don't get it there either. The reason Undernight does it is because of chain shift. Chain shift being done, that nets you plus frames. So the tech window, or not the tech window, the instance of teching, how do I say it? Hang on. There are a number of instances back when it was like a neutral reset off of a successful throw tech. The person offending and had grid, they would chain shift and immediately be plus. So now you have a scenario where the defender can tech, have grid, chain shift, and now you're both neutral. Or offender chain shifts, and now you're both neutral. My bad. Defender gets advantage in general. Also, offense, I already read that. 7 days till night rain, or 8. I don't remember. That game is like a extraction shooter or something, right? What was Night Rain? I haven't been seeing as much as I thought I would about that game. I am interested though, I will say. But only a little bit. Platformer, side-scroller, butt slam? This is like one of the Mario games. What's the side-scrolling Mario where it's 3D looking? I think it was on the Wii. It's either Mario or it's... I was about to say Dark Souls because there's Ornstein, not Ornstein, Smo, that does the butt move, but that's not it. Extraction shooter. What's up, Dog the Dog? Wasn't it? It was like an extraction kind of game. I remember it was like PvP VE, something like that. I don't know what kind of game Night Rain is. I haven't heard a damn thing. I just heard people being like, what? This is a weird kind of game. What is FromSoft doing here? And then, I don't know. That's it. That's honestly it. Even you hold up on Wake Up all the time, people going for delay throw is a good thing for you. Sure. But there's still the scenario of they just try to meaty with grab and then get perfect parry on my way down, and then now I'm still back into the same crappy situation. Because for some reason, that's another thing that they could do to fix the throw loop scenario. Make it so that there's a little bit more recovery on neutral, on just throws, and then now somebody can neutral jump them and then punish, really. That would be the only solution. Because making it so that they can recover and then block before the person comes down will always net them a scenario where they can perfect parry the button on the way down and then just throw them again. Or, I remember seeing something about jumping buttons causing perfect parry that doesn't do slowdown, which would also help. You can still have like bad scenarios with that, I think, because I think you can still be plus, which is the real issue. What if I don't chain shift? What if there's no chain shift in play at that moment? Then the defender just gets to win that scenario. The defender gets to guess if you're going to reversal or not, and you keep playing. But why is one player in a reversal scenario off of just getting teched? That's... I think that's a bit ridiculous. Got a scrub quote about reversals, maybe not today though. Remove reversals, make everyone be miserable. That's what Street Fighter did. They removed all meterless reversals. Now you must spend a resource if you want to get the opponent off of you. Street Fighter 5 did that. I am Gen Z Timmy. Then Gen Z Timmy gets mad and quits the game because turtling is playing lame. Okay. Playing Tekken 8 has shown me what a game with overbearing offense is like, and I don't like it. I mean, yeah, I get that, but there's like a right way to buff defense, and making it so that a scenario that should always lead to a neutral reset can be advantage for defender is a step in the wrong direction, IMO. Super Mario Bros. Wonder was a side-scroller, right? That's not it. Burp Power Super Suit boss fights. I'm sorry, Burp Power? What the hell game is this? The Blob? I know that's a 3D platformer, but don't question it. Fart Attack, Flying Snot, Gross Humor. I can't even fathom what. To be honest, I don't actually like reversals. I don't use them most of the time, I just block. I have this brick and I'm blocking. Also, this keywords game is very simple. I played a lot when I was a kid back on Sega, despite how it looks. It's fun. Decap Attack? That's not it. There's Comic Zone. That's not it. No one also wasn't gross, I don't think. Unless you're in the sewer. If you're getting throw looped in SF6, you are in the corner. If you tech a throw, there is no neutral reset. Your ass is still in the corner. You are still at a disadvantage. If you tech a throw, you're at disadvantage on space, but you're not at disadvantage on frame data. You can still press something to either stuff your opponent's approach, depending upon what you want to do, or attempt to gain some space. It's playing neutral again. You're playing neutral again at closer distance. Slightly closer distance. Also, I want to agree that rewarding good defense is good, and I'm all up for it, but I think rewarding for defense should not come in a resource reward. The thing about that, Tenjin, is the resource reward of Drive Meter in Street Fighter 6 is a little bit necessary, specifically because that meter is tied to both your offensive and defensive mechanics. And that's part of the reason why I dislike that, right? I dislike that meter because it is determining everything within your toolkit. So you need to manage it at all times, and in some cases just limit your offense, which is why I prefer a lot of other older games, because you get your whole kit right out the gate, and then the meter that you build is meant to enhance that kit, rather than getting everything at the top of its game then, and needing to limit yourself to manage this resource that if lost, will possibly spell your downfall, because you just become that much worse of a character. I'll be honest, throws having big tech windows but giving combo is based, and I think that's what we should put in every game. I can kind of see what you're coming from with that, but I don't think I fully agree. Unk opinion? Not exactly. What do you mean? If you're... I don't know what to say. I think it's fine to have a variance of either throws that are unreactable and don't lead to very much damage, and throws that are moderately reactable and then lead to similar damage to that of a combo, possibly just a little bit scaled. What matters to me is mostly just the result after a successful throw, like Oki related. In your case, I guess it would be easier to set up something that leads to like high, low, left, right, 8-way mix-up that's a safe jump shimmy, but in the normal throw scenario, it's usually just either throw loops or a meaty, and I think that's a lot more... I think that's reasonable for games like Street Fighter that are just meant to be slower. Sub Genebox, make me say something. I dislike it because it beats my ass so bad. Try harder. Wasted points? Nah. But you aren't in neutral positions. You aren't in neutral. Being in the corner is not playing neutral. Neutral is a myth. Jam was right. You are at neutral frame data. You are at neutral frame data. The both of you can press whatever buttons you need to get yourselves at the right situations. If you are at frame disadvantage, then you're still getting pressure. I'm not talking about Street Fighter in this case. I don't play the game to speak of it. If it's fine in Street Fighter, sure. I wouldn't say it's fine. I would just say that it's better than nothing. Strictly because it's not frame advantage, it's just resource, like, baseline character resource advantage. Not whatever that static meter at the bottom of the screen is advantage. If it was a real neutral reset, the other person would get pushed so far back you'd have room to move forward without being in range of their attacks. Aren't there some characters that can hit with a button off of round start? No, there aren't. Not anymore. That's BlazBlue. That's just BlazBlue. And like a lot of anime fighters, but not Street Fighter. What if Capcom added a throw OS to Street Fighter 6? I mean, I don't really have an opinion on throw OSs. I don't usually OS anything. Wasn't there an OS on 2-throw on launch that was like super broken? I think the only throw OSs that I remember hearing in recent day involve the guard button in Grand Blue Fantasy Rising, where if you press the buttons for throw teching and the guard button at the same frame, then if somebody tries to grab you, you tech it, but if they press the button, then you block. As far as I know, there's no button combination that will let you input a throw while not getting into the throw whiff animation. I'm like near confident this was a thing. I think I know what you're talking about, because I remember hearing something like that, but I think they did away with it not too long after. For like a specific reason, because I think that OS was way too strong or something. What game is this? Ristar. Nose picking, sewer setting, toilet levels. Conker's Bad Fur Day! Bathroom jokes, flick mechanic, plunger weapons. Yeah, you're too young to know this game, child. I feel like I do know this game, that's the thing. Is Dynamite Heady in here? It's not. Sonic 3. Superhero parody, comic style intro, 2D animation, Earthworm Jim's secret appearance. Okay, maybe I don't know this game. Space Ace. Oh, I've seen this game like once or twice. Damn. Surprised that's in here. Neutral is a myth, defense is a joke, we are mashers, all controlled by something greater, a bare, the DNA of the fighting game player. They shape our DPs, they shape our up backs. They are everything we pass on. Expose someone to mash long enough, they start calling it a bare. They will learn to mash, they will become the Abare enthusiast, all mashing, all passed along. Mm-hmm. Kingdom Hearts 3. It's never Kingdom Hearts 3. Found it. Oh. Explain it to me because I don't want to be a React Andy again. Sonic 3 with all those tags? Yeah, uh-huh. More like Sonic Community game in this case? True. You mean Sonic Dream Simulator? Or whatever it was called? I remember Roko talking about possibly playing that on stream sooner or later, which is like, dude, what are you doing? No, wait, think of the consequences. You guys don't know who Roko is, do you? She's a clown VTuber. Two different. I almost said X videos links. Two different X links for videos that I will not click and react to. Is she also a KH fan? I don't actually know. The last game that I remember seeing Roko play was Frick. Bloodborne? I think it was Bloodborne. Also, that's the Sonic game that Munchenlax played at some point with Sonic pregnancy and feet simulation. Yeah, I know. I know what it is. I know what it is because of you. Sonic Forces not here. Sonic Frontiers, that's the one, not Forces. Bro, the other day when I was looking through all of my games to find out what I wanted to play on Wednesday, I saw that I had Sonic Forces for my PlayStation 4, and then it clicked with me that I'm like, wait, I beat this game. I don't remember what was in it. I don't remember the ending. What happened? I remember starting it, and like Eggman kidnaps Sonic and blows up most of whichever city he was at, and then nothing. It's all a frickin' blank. It's all gone. Something about infinite and um friendship. Ugh. God, I wish I could bleach my eyes at that point. I got a Monday game to recommend. What the heck, Dog the Dog? No, you don't. If you hold one medium kick, medium punch, and heavy punch, I then hold the SAB button. SAB. You will block any hit, and if you get thrown, you auto tech. Medium kick and medium punch leads to drive parry. Heavy punch leads to... Wait, hang on. One is down back. Alright. How does this work? SAB is simultaneous input assist button. What? Wait, is that something for modern? I don't know of any button like that. You know what? Sure, I'll be the React Andy. Unless this is text. This is not text. Modern doesn't have medium kick. Yeah, that's why I was confused. Throw Tech OS, super easy to do. All you have to do is hold one, press hold button simultaneous, whatever. When you wake up, this will give you Throw Tech if you get thrown, or a block if you don't get thrown. Down back, heavy punch. That's heavy punch, medium kick, heavy kick. But then he does down back and then all 6 buttons. Oh, simultaneous input. Oh, as in like one of the macros to have multiple buttons bound at once. That's interesting. I think this dude is on my friends list, if this is who I think it is. We are entering time. We will have more buttons to press than special moves to assist people on playing. Dude, can you enlarge the window for this? It's hecking small. That's Twitter PC UI, baby! Let's go! I could have full screened it, but understanding what was going on was a little bit... Of course, he has light mode here as well. I'm not logged into Twitter on my computer. I'm only logged into Twitter on my phone. Speaking of which, I finally got some of the unhinged ads. A small taste of it. Like, there was one ad that I got where somebody just said, "Follow me." That was it. I guess somebody just paid to say, "Follow me." Only had 15 views, by the way. Then the other ad that I got was straight up for one of the frickin' Tenga jerk-off fleshlights that supposedly spins on its way down. I shouldn't have blocked it. I shouldn't have blocked the frickin' Tenga advertisement. Did you click it? No. Targeted ads. I have targeted ads disabled. What are you talking about, Jesse? Clearly you don't know the #1 React Andy rule to full screen stuff. Remember going into games where neutral was just doing that over and over again? The throw tech or the throw OS? Cap. It's not cap. Cause those are ads that are just like somebody that has an account has paid to put this up on wherever anybody can find it, right? But then there's the actual in-app ads that are advertising an app in the App Store that are really annoying that I keep clicking, I don't like this ad, and then it shows up again anyway. I thought about turning on personalized ads so maybe I could get some variety in some of those, but that's too much work. 2020, 2021, single player, third and side view. There's Split Fiction, which was here not too long ago. So yeah, I didn't think that would be it. There's A Way Out, and then there's It Takes Two. Why did I do that when it's a single player game? Fantasy, 2020. I don't know of any games that do this. What's up, Hermit? What's he yapping about today? I got a Tenga advertisement on the Twitter app, and I blocked it. Or more, I muted it, because I don't block advertisements, I just mute them. Which, honestly, I don't really know the difference. feel like they serve the same function. I don't know what Tenga is. It's the Fleshlight Company, remember? They got the red cylinder thing with the white stripes. I saw one that was clear, that was supposedly supposed to twist on its way down and up. It's not a... It wasn't like mechanical or anything. It was just floppy rubber, silicone, whatever the hell it is. What are those things made of? Remember, my guy, I'm more of a normie than you VTuber watcher. What do you mean remember? Okay, if you guys have seen anime, then you know what I'm talking about. Because they show up in anime. I swear to God. I swear to God, one of the main reasons I know about this is because I saw like a joke or two in whatever anime, name 3 anime right now. What's the one? Frick. The one where... I don't remember its name. The whole thing was that sexual stuff was banned even in private, and there's this one chick that wants to make dirty jokes but can't because of whatever color reports you to the authorities whenever you make dirty jokes. They even at the end of that episode show you how to make a specific kind of food that can also be used as a fleshlight. The underwear head girl. Gotcha, that's one, now 2 more. I don't watch anime anymore, so I couldn't tell you 2 more. But I feel like 1 should be enough for this, especially considering the fact that you know what I'm talking about. Which anime? Naruto. Okay. Alligator death roll tech. Mm-hmm. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't watch anime, so... Oh, well, frick. I only know about it because of the anime man, or someone in the trash taste group doing a review of every Tenga product. Dude, one of my freaking friends... one of my friends, when he joined the Navy, at some point he ended up in Japan, right? And I don't remember how or why, but he got a Tenga egg. And when he was just updating us on his life, one of the things in that update was a review of the frickin' Tenga egg for some reason. You're just a Fleshlight fan in secret, admit it. I don't have any Fleshlights, and with how open I am about every other aspect of my life, I don't think I would be... I wouldn't be too secretive about telling you that I would have used a Tenga egg at some point. I'm telling you I haven't. I've never touched one in my life. I don't plan on it either. StrongmanSteven. Only strokes in this stream are the slow strokes I be giving your mom. Cap. Okay. Okay, LTG. What game was made in 2020 that's a single player, third person side view game? I don't know, man. Skyrim, Morrowind. It's not Skyrim. Arcade? What? Gauntlet? That's not it. And this is the old Gauntlet, not the one on Steam. My mom is a lovely woman and she would never do that with you. Brother, did you see genres? Oh, right, music, arcade. My bad. Fantasy? What fantasy music game? Melody of Memory? This better not be. Okay, good. Just Dance. What are you guessing? It's Sega. What are you doing? What do you mean it's Sega? Oh. um, the most incompetent guesser. What frickin'? Sega Sonic Team. It's not Sonic. Sega Rhythm Game. Nothing. There aren't any Sega Rhythm. Hatsune Miku Project Diva. Mega Mix. Mega Mix. Side scrolling? Side view third. When is it turn side view? Anyway, that's that. We can finally get to the game that I'm gonna start molding at. I don't play these games, don't ask me. I've only played Project Diva F Second, which is a good game, by the way. You guys should try it. Or don't. I'm leaning a little bit closer to don't, because Hatsune Miku is kind of mid. I'll say it. I played it. It does go side view sometimes, so it makes sense. Ah. What if you played Hatsune Miku Project Diva? Whatever. I don't care. Out here gonna get on my case for talking about Tenga eggs. Meanwhile, you're out here playing frickin' Project Diva. I'm bad at rhythm games? How? Wait, what? You play fighting games. How can you be bad at rhythm games? That can't be right. That cannot be right. There's a rhythm to fighting games. You cannot be bad at rhythm games and then good at fighting games. Question marks? Except Muse Dash. You're not bad at rhythm games. You just haven't taken the time to learn to get good at the rest of the rhythm games that exist other than Muse Dash. Muse Dash only has 2 buttons, but it kind of gets chaotic visually. So, but give what's my favorite rhythm game? Give. All right, I'm about to show you something. There's a game called Sound Voltex, and it uses this controller right here. This thing. I haven't used this thing in years. You should give it a try. I'm sure you'd like it. Great, I got too many cords. Too many loose wires. Alright. That's my PlayStation 3 controller. I'm good at Fortnite Festival. Sobat Festival. Parappa the Rapper is the best rhythm game, don't at me. True. Only based opinion to fly out a hermit's keyboard in years. Alright, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Drones, I play puppet characters and I rob people on offense. What rhythm? You have to have a rhythm to the combos. You gotta press the buttons to a rhythm. Not like it's not a musical rhythm, but there's a rhythm. There's a pattern. You're recognizing a pattern. Rhythm games are all about patterns. You can't be good at I stand by this. You cannot be good at a fighting game and bad at rhythm games. It's not possible. You can't do it. Time for some codec. Oh boy. Yeah, how do they connect? How does your flashlight connect to Miku rhythm game? Anime women. Need I say more? I'm stopping the music. I'm starting up Metal Gear Rising. I'm remembering this game doesn't like me tabbing out. Not that button. This button. Frickin' pattern you block, I win. The pattern isn't the... You still gotta know how to run the string. You... Double puppet character player, double Zato player, that's the one. Thanks, unbased streamer. Alright. My lord, start up the game already. You got mastiffs to fight, you incompetent, stupid, pathetic, bald, dented, demented, miserable pile of bones and flesh. Uh-huh. Hang on, I gotta change the game, I just remembered. Metal Gear Rising. Revengeance. String? You mean the command grab on wake up? On your wake. This dude out here doing strings! Do I remember how to play? Of course not. Am I gonna try? Oh yes. That's the indicated waypoint. Can I, like, instant kill things that... yeah? Dude, I was listening to that. Hello?
The stealth craft made it back to Sochi all right?
Da. Safe and sound. No repairs necessary. Some routine maintenance and she will be as good as new.
Good to hear. I'm guessing that thing doesn't come cheap.
Well, an old Soviet army friend gave me discount. He runs a PMC, specializing in airborne warfare.
An Air Force for hire? That's a new one.
Ever since SOP, Mercs started to fill more and more regular combat duties. SOP ended, but the trend did not. Most every modern military relies on PMC support in one way or another.
Good news for Maverick, I suppose. Anyway, that's quite the little jet your friend has. I was expecting a lot of turbulence coming in that low, but she was smooth as silk. Didn't feel like I was a bird exactly, but probably the next best thing.
The MQ-133C uses a brand new type of active adjustment control system. Sensors on the plane take readings 120 times a second, and to be honest, I don't know how it works. But the crew chief tells me this is what keeps her flying so steady. It is all state-of-the-art technology. There are only 3 of them in the entire world. Even the RQ-133 spy plane she is based on is only 2 years old. It is fitted specially for Cyborg, so maybe demand is a bit low now, but I think that will change soon, eh?
It's funny. Its guts are all bleeding edge, but from the outside, it looks almost retro.
Until recently, stealth aircraft design was focused on radar-absorbing materials and improving aerodynamics. But lately, engineers are trying to use the shape of the craft to do more than improve gas mileage. Maneuverability is a low priority. This kind of plane is not meant for dogfighting, after all.
And we can afford all this? I hate to ask, but will we clear a profit on this op?
You need not worry about such things. But yes, we should be fine. Where the proper equipment can make or break a mission, we should have the best. That miss with the anti-air missile last month was a painful reminder of this lesson.
Ah, yeah. I see what you mean.
I feel like Raiden asking that question on with whether or not we'll make a profit is out of character. Not really out of character, it's more... How do I describe it? It felt weird, because the whole thing that we're trying to avoid is the war economy, right? And then he asks the question like that. Let's just go with Type A. Stronge's stealth. My stealth is fine. Damn, bro, look at that hairline. Almost looks similar to Stronge's. you talking about frickin' what's his name? The guy that I was just talking to? Yes, there are stealth kills. This game can be played through stealthily. Oh. Ah.
Excellent, Raiden.
I can't double jump. So you won't let me back. Alright, got it. BP.
Raiden, take that main thoroughfare. You can use augment mode to see where the enemy is located. Your body analyzes radar and IR data to construct your AR display. Some civilians are still in the city. That is not good.
Oh no. Let's hope I don't kill any of them by accident. Knew it. Nade. I'm sleeping.
What are you doing here? This area is off limits. What? No, I'm not doing anything. Can we just kill him? It'll be easier. We're supposed to have driven them all away already. So, self-defense, right? Easy. No, please, I have family.
Shoot, I should have been faster about this. Is he gonna do that every time? Shoot, dude. Is there a way to speed that up? You can chop them up if you wish, but like, man. I'm back from my meeting to expel some more correct opinions about defensive mechanics in fighting games. Get a load of this guy. Oh, a gecko. Oh boy. Right, this button. I frickin' suck! Ooh.
Cannot be.
Shoot.
What happened? You're supposed to be stronger than this.
Wait, where does it restart me? I wish this game had custom controls. Strongman, I do not like players being able to adequately defend themselves. Games should only ever reward the offender, Steven. That is nowhere near what I have said. And the fact that you have only taken that from my argument is telling.
Return to your designated route, Raiden. Check the coordinates on your Soliton radar.
Bested by a gecko, Snake would never. Snake did multiple times. What's for Saturday? I have no clue. Might be more Street Fighter again, because I have been in the training mode a little bit. Alright, okay. Shoot. Cut him, but... No, I guess I messed up that cut? I don't know. Combo breaker? Strong already forgot. What combo breaker? Oh, Resident Sleeper. Okay, what would you have preferred, Sonic? Don't say BlazBlue. How have you not gotten tired of that game yet? Exclamation Dementia, you yourself agreed. Ouch. This is gonna be a long day. Through! Good. Well. Where do you people come from? Why are you here? You can kick me? This is not pleasant.
Right. What's wrong?
Damn.
Oh, buddy, answer me. Raiden? Raiden!
Nah, I like BB, but I don't only play BB. Then why are you Resident Sleeper in Street Fighter? What game you want to see? Play plus R2, you know? Okay. You agreed to a combo breaker watch party. Oh, that's what you meant. I don't know why. I thought you were talking about like the mechanic combo breaker. Before stream even ended. And Riddy going to BBCF tournaments again. About to make me cry. Oh yeah, I have been seeing a lot about that. Like, that's pretty cool. Seeing that name again. Alright, screw this. Bruh. Oof.
What happened? You're supposed to be stronger than this.
BBCF tournaments are a thing? They are. There are tournaments for every game. Just gotta know where to find them. Unless you mean majors for BBCF, in which case, I think the only major that has BBCF is, CEO Taku. Frickin' suck, dude. You can land on top of a gecko? Hang on. Actually, wait. Let me check something. There are tournaments happening weekly. It's not like nobody holding them. Boston Bluebeat actually used to have a whole bunch of those, but I don't know what they're doing now. Aerial parry, defensive, offense. Feedback to be delivered, brain synapses, detailed neural feedback allows Raiden to freely sidestep enemy attacks, any direction. Both that and aerial parry are what I wanted. I don't care about the rest. Those are for later. Sean, just so you know, you walking through that building, updated codec calls for everyone. I figure, but I'll go and talk to them, like, after the gecko's dead or something. After points of interest is what I'm going to try to use the codec. I'm going to assume that whatever I would have gotten in that building will store the same way that it kind of did in, the same way that it kind of did in... Oh my frickin' Christ. In the previous Metal Gear games. What's the dodge button? If you pass certain points, it shifts completely. Well, shoot. When's the X-Blaze playthrough? Not gonna lie, I did think about making that the Wednesday game. I just didn't really want to play a visual novel. Not yet. It doesn't tell me what button this is. Am I crazy? Why does this game just not tell me things? Just tell me. Give me the information. Spoon feed me the information, please. I need it. Free blade. Figure it out? What do you mean, figure it out? There's only one button that wasn't in use consistently, and I pressed it, and nothing happened. Visual novel where you progress by reading. Resident Sleeper. At least give me something to do, like a puzzle to piece together. You've missed. Okay. Didn't think this would be a thing. Alright. Now you, but there's also the two dudes, which is gonna kinda suck. Right, the kick. No! He has been yassified? What? Defensive offense is 2 buttons together, which I don't remember because I don't care about that mechanic. Why is it 2 buttons? I'm gonna put up a poll in the Discord today. And you know what? X-Blaze will be on that poll. And if you guys actually don't tie it this time, and somehow if X-Blaze wins... Oh my goodness. Oh my god. If you guys somehow don't tie it this time, then... Not quite what I was looking for. Oh, I have no Zansetsu. Which is it? You missed. And then you had another kick. Okay. If you guys don't tie it this time, and it happens to be X-Blaze, then I'll frickin' play it, but... At the moment, I really just kind of don't want to play that game, and I don't know when I will want to play that game, because, like I said, I don't know if I want to play any visual novels on stream. Phoenix Wright is one thing, Danganronpa is another. When it actually is just a visual novel, then I'm not really sure. Sadist? I didn't want to do that because I wanted to make him suffer. I did that because I wanted I wanted to drink his blood. Not this again. Get off me. You know what? Screw this. Give me that. Alright, these 2 other dudes, not digging you. Hey, what do you mean you can parry me back? Okay, wasn't expecting that. Now I know, now I understand, now I get it. Thank God that means no Degen Neptunia. No, that's common, you just don't know when. You wanted to do what? We're going to vote for whatever is not Ghost of Tsushima. Okay. Oh, right, because you still got to play that game. That's why. Not because you have something against that game. So what he's saying is, I think visual novels are bad for stream. Unless it's a visual novel I already know I like, then it's okay. Not quite. I hated Phoenix Wright too. The point being is that, at least with Phoenix Wright and Danganronpa, there's a little bit more than it just being reading and only reading. Like, with both of those games, it's still putting together a mystery. Usually. Wait, what? What is the B button for? What is the frickin' B button for? Because this is jump and attack.
What's wrong? Anthony! Raiden! Raiden!
Didn't I say? You said it was 2 buttons. You didn't tell me which 2 buttons. But the fact that it's The fact that it is jump and attack at the same time. Yeah, I said jump and attack. Offensive defense is 2 buttons together, which I don't remember because I don't care about that mechanic. It's like light attack and jump or something. Okay, I see. Because you didn't put this in 1 sentence, which would have made my life easier, now you made both of our lives worse. Understood. And then you blame it on me. Got it. Got it. You play X-Blaze but not Inazuma 11, I'll... Hey! What the heck? Where did that come from? It ain't that serious. This is not quite the enemy that I thought I would be cutting in half. But, you know, it works. Thanks for that. Came from the heart? That's not a good sign. Accidentally did what I do, the speedrun strat for perfecting this segment. How many times are we gonna do this? Wait, hey, hold on. How can you... How am I supposed to beat you? Excuse me? Cut him! Thank you! Come on. I didn't think the thrust attack would be a possibility. Don't do this to me. Can I cut you while you're... No, I can't. Alright. What's the answer here? We can't just keep going back and forth like this.
What happened?
Bruh.
Answer me.
State of the art cyborg, by the way. What is happening? Like, why is he... Why do we just... Was he holding the sword with his foot? Yeah, he can do that. He can articulate these weird, like, flaps or whatever on his feet. That's why he wears heels. This game just, like, hype moments in aura. Yeah, that's why you should play Killer is Dead. Does the same thing. Play the game. Please play Killer is Dead. Every one of you, right now, play Killer is Dead. It's actually a really great game. I miss Radon streams. No, you don't. Why? So you can make fun of me? Ouch. Cut him! I really wish this was just like on a singular button or something. Oh, that's not cool. Where's the gecko? Get off of me? I miss Alexei streams? That's years ago. Why? That was awful. Oh!
What happened? You are supposed to be stronger than this.
I was here with Tenjin through that hellhole, so no. Do you really enjoy watching me Hold on, hold on. How are you gonna say the way that I play games is infuriating, Rosenthorns, but then also want to watch me bash my head against one boss for multiple streams on end? No! Oh. Oh, it still dies. Okay, that's cool. No, the stuff, the blue stuff. Oh. Wow. You guys really just drop in, huh? Okay, alright. That's cool. Because I got to point and laugh. Alright. Oh geez, thanks for the suggestion, Strong. I'll get on it once you play anything I suggested. Thanks. Is it obvious I'm going to bring it up every time? Shouldn't have done that, because now I gotta fight the gecko and the two dudes. Oh, it only takes one perfect parry to kill a gecko? That's interesting. Oh! And that's the tech button? So the tech button is now the same offensive defense button. So now I don't gotta deal with the knockdowns every single time. That's... This game got some weird-ass basic mechanics tied together with some other stuff. I don't get it. I don't get it. Just because you know damage Yuzora and level 1 crit doesn't mean you're good at Metal Gear Rising. I didn't say that I was. I've already said many a time, this game is weird. This game makes no sense sometimes. With all of its controls and which buttons are what, and telling me which buttons will do what. Okay, this ain't cool. That's not cool. Stop!
No! No!
Geckos are weak. To be honest, the only reason Mastiff is strong is because he's not from this location ever. Even. They show up later. Supposedly, from one of my friends, they said that they do show up even on the lower difficulties, but they're like less or more manageable or something like that. But, I mean, I believe you more. Because, you know, you did 100% the game and... what's it called? Did 100% the game, and I think you played it more recently. They show up later? I didn't say they don't show up. I know, like, but they said that the spawn locations are the same. Oh my god. What am I missing about these dudes? What do I not understand? I perfect parry them and I slash, and then they perfect parry and then slash back, and then I perfect parry and then slash back, and this just repeats until the end of days. Until the frickin' big crunch. Like, what do you want me to do? Spawns get new enemies added on very hard, an example being dogs and mastiff, right. Ow. What's up, ninja? Now the two dudes. Dude. Okay, you can't just be kicking me like that. Stop! Stop! This dude just really hit me with the Ragna 5B repeatedly, huh? Just throw out the Tims. The God kick. The Dark Souls kick. You understand that you still haven't played Wonderful 101? I did see that it went on sale not too long ago, and I honestly did consider buying it. But since it's not very high on the list of games that I want to play at the moment, I passed on it that one time. I really don't know when I'll get to that game. Open your heart. Not quite what I wanted, but whatever, I guess. Whoa! Finally! Damn! Give me your soul. 1% back to 100. You're dead too. Die! And then you! Ouch! This is the part where I die to the gecko. Never mind. Stop preemptive parry. I'm doing that to make sure that I'm not getting overwhelmed. I messed up and I pressed the buttons in the wrong order. What? Alright. Finally. 3 kicks in a row. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Grand boot kick. One simple trick to screw over any neighbor you hate. That's the YouTube link, and I ain't gonna click it. But judging by the fact that it hasn't been deleted, I assume it's nothing. Or nothing crazy like I fear that you might have put into my chat. Only took 30 minutes. Aight, whatever. Boris.
What was your strategy for fighting the geckos? You said to beware the long legs?
Yeah,
Just killed
when
it.
they're standing straight up, they've got a longer reach than you'd expect. Once it lifts that leg, you better be ready to get the hell out of the way.
That's it? One thing I hate about hack and slash games, camera angles. I think the camera is fine in this game. The problem is that it doesn't auto-lock onto your next targets. And then I guess there's a little bit of an issue of enemies being behind you, but that's no... I mean, that's fine. That's whatever. I know that vid, it's not really anything bad. Okay. I don't know what vid it is, and I can't, like, tab out to look at it is the problem.
I didn't think flares could still fool anti-air missiles like that.
They, can't. At least not with any modern missile. Recent missiles rely on a dual wavelength, or IIR system, for guidance. Flares wouldn't fool either of them. But that was no recent missile I had.
Why?
Gusak Derma couldn't even take down a fat tilt-rotor target. At a close range. Chort возьми.
Come on, Boris. We had no intel. No reason to think that we'd be facing anything like that. You budgeted for the tools appropriate to the job.
Oh.
No one blames you.
Perhaps. In any case, now we know what we are dealing with. This is still a business, but this time I am stretching the budget as much as possible. Expenses like that aircraft and your new body are all part of this.
Both were worth the money. This body's more capable than I could have imagined.
I'm glad you feel this way, since it is still company property. Remember, if you quit on us, you either return it or you buy it.
Yeah, Boris. I remember the first 5 times you told me.
This is still disgusting. We were supposed to stop the war economy, and we're just like we're a part of it. We're still part of it. We're still a main entity in it. Well, some of us like that economy. I didn't. So therefore it shouldn't exist. War never changes. I still haven't played that game. War is just part of who we are. Why fight it?
Raiden, what I said about staying focused on the mission.
Understood. No need to explain.
I say this because I have been there. I have let my emotions take over on the battlefield. Some of the PMC work I did after my discharge was... They were gray area jobs. But that's all in the past. When I took on those former PLA soldiers to form Maverick, I laid out my conditions. We would only take operations we believed in. And we would run them clean. No exceptions. Most of them agreed. They had their own bad memories from their time in Paradise Lost.
I can certainly attest to that.
Yes, of course. I forget who I'm talking with. Most of the XPLA have moved on now in any case. But the point remains the same. Everyone at Maverick is accountable for their actions. We are clear to take this job under international law, and we can use force against any cyborg hostiles under the basic rules of engagement. But remember, if we harm any civilians, on purpose or no, it will mean trouble. All kinds of trouble. So, stay in control and stay on mission.
Got it.
What was Paradise Lost? That one lost me. I don't remember that being established in the previous games. Yes, the age-old issue with the Gundam IP, we're going to put down war. Let's make it look as cool and marketable as possible. Oh no. Look, you have to understand that after all the thousands of... What's up, Diamond? After all the thousands of child soldiers you killed, they needed more and faster. Look upon the results. But the whole thing about MGS4, which this is supposedly based after, like... We were supposed to stop all these countries fighting amongst each other with these private military groups... And we're a private military group. And we're still worried about profit and budgeting and all this other stuff. We changed nothing. All of the actions of Solid Snake amounted to nothing. Tenjin, very hard mode combined with Steven going for every codec call means this game will take as long as Metaphor to finish. It might, although I think once he picks up the pace and buys damage upgrades, it might go a bit faster. Okay. It served zero purpose. LTG checkmark.
Raiden, what was your strategy for fighting the geckos? You said to beware the long legs?
We already did this.
Yeah,
we did this a while ago. Kevin.
Sounds like Imani was a pretty great leader. Such a goddamn waste.
I've run cover for a lot of VIPs. But men like him are a rare breed.
Didn't we listen to this
He had
one?
all these conflicting factors to deal with. Old tribal tensions, business interests, the military. But Inmani got them all working together in a stable government, and all without firing a shot.
The savior of a nation. No wonder they called him that.
He had a gift for sure. But he also put in the hard work. He was big on equality and justice in every aspect of government. He fought for it day in, day out. Inmani single-handedly energized his people. He's a big part of why the country recovered so quickly.
True. It was more than new buildings and jobs. The people had hope again.
If only we had someone like him back in Liberia. Things would have been different, that's for sure. And it was my job to protect him.
Raiden, come on.
Inmani wouldn't want me to go after Desperado. Not out of revenge, anyway. But he would want them stopped. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Sometimes you gotta kill for money in order to pay for Raiden's body. Maybe Raiden shouldn't have a body. Go back to being a nugget.
Raiden, that saying you like about your sword being a tool of justice?
Yeah, it's why I fight. Sometimes taking a life saves others.
A life, or 2, or 3, or 40 in your case, but I know what you mean. Besides, it's not like those cyborgs you're fighting have been brain-jacked.
Wouldn't be much point in sending jacked cyborgs.
True. Having someone pilot a body remotely only really makes financial sense for espionage missions. And you might as well use UGs if you're gonna let an AI control your soldiers. So yeah, they're probably using emotional restraints, but those cyborgs are fighting of their own free will.
Starting to see where I'm coming from?
I get it, it's just... you didn't used to seem so comfortable with the idea. What about what Sam said? About your ideals holding you back?
Ah, bullshit. He's good, but now I know how he moves, how he thinks, and I've got my new body. My philosophy says when and why to fight, not how. It won't keep me from beating Sam. And next time we meet, I will beat him. I'll kill him, and I'll do it to save others from suffering, with my ideals intact.
All right, Raiden.
Raiden is scary. What's up, Luca Ryan? Yo, it's Metal Gear Rising. I love this game. How cool is this game? It's so gory, and the controls are fantastic. And just look how fast the game... Oh, wait, Steven's playing it. We're gonna be here all day. We'd be here all day regardless. You wanted this. You wanted the codec. Every Metal Gear player loves the codec. Raiden sounding exactly like Steven with all this self-justification for shooting sleeping men in the head. No, 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 no. We're not the same. I killed those men because I wanted them out of my way. Raiden kills those men because he thinks that killing them will save other lives. Peace within the human race. Keep dreaming strong. Humans can't have peace. The species will do anything to attain survivalist advantage. It's so embedded into human DNA, we seek survivalist advantage to the point of redundancy. I don't believe like that. I believe peace is attainable at some point. Who the hell knows when? What's up, Flame Blaziken? Here to prove I'm not just a Helldiver Herald. Based. Welcome. I didn't ask for this. I want it to end so you get to the game I do want. The one just happened. This one just happens to be actually a good game for once on this stream. I see. So you're worse than Raiden?
One thing I can't stop wondering about, Kev.
What's up?
Sam. If he wanted to kill me back on the train, he could have, easily. So, why didn't he?
Good question. But I should be asking you. Your left eye was our only video feed. After he stabbed it, I got nothing. I mean, I got the details from your report after the fact, but that's it. He was probably just too distracted. Boris's attacks, escaping, there was a lot going on.
No, that's not it.
Well, why else? What does he have to gain from letting you live?
A good fight.
I don't know.
Raiden, head for the oil refinery. Raiden.
Yeah, thought so. Courtney? Oh, you just let me save? That's it? You don't let me talk to Courtney?
Save complete.
You saved me again, Courtney.
Right. Anything else? Otherwise, I should get back.
Actually, yeah. You mentioned SOP earlier. How much do you know about it?
The Sons of the Patriot system?
We already did this one.
Same stuff as anyone else in the industry, probably. Basically, a nanomachine software combo for control.
Yeah, we already did this one.
Between S
More.
and that was after.
Not.
No.
Let's fin.
When's the Kevin cosplay? I don't think I have the physique for that. Come back to me at the end of the year when I'm a lot more big-bodied. And yet the only one disappointed throughout history... Only one's disappointed throughout history of those espousing peace. I wonder why. Humanity wants peace. Hot Cold Man was right. What else? Actually, Hot Cold Man was explicitly wrong. But don't think about that. I don't know what else to say, man. I don't know, man. My belief is that if humanity really just wanted destruction, or I guess if they were only sticking with the survivalist mentality, then we would have died as a race a long time ago. But we haven't, so... After the cooking stream and the shoe eating stream, which I haven't forgotten, by the way, I will never forget. You'll get them when I can... I need to find a place that has, like, shoe-shaped cake. Give it a couple years. Somewhere between now and never. Is that for the shoe eating stream, or is that for the humanity dying out? Please say the shoe eating.
It is a high-frequency blade, Raiden, not a plasma sword. There are limits to what it can cut. The HF waves strengthen the metallic bonds in the blade, improving its cutting ability. But in terms of pure physics, no blade can cut it in every situation. Theoretically speaking, an HF blade can damage anything, no matter how tough. But thick ceramic or carbon nanotube armor does not simply split open like butter with a hot knife. You need to chip away at it first, before you can destroy such material.
Okay. That's what the HF stands for? High frequency? Wait, was that said in MGS2?
Ah, an Irving, yes? Rather old school, as they say.
Not your cup of tea, Doc?
Oh, no. One could argue they dominated during the SOP days, but they certainly are not much use now. They have been improved upon over the years, no doubt. But there's only so much one can do with such outdated technology. You have a fair amount of experience with them already, yes? I doubt you need any battle advice from me.
No, probably not. It's been a while, but I still remember how they move, their ticks and tells. They telegraph most of their moves in advance. So long as I can parry its attacks, I can strike back often.
I do believe, however, that the armor on its legs has been improved. I imagine that a simple slash or two will be insufficient to topple it this time.
We'll see.
I imagine you already know this.
We already did this. What is this? Oh, a rocket launcher? Okay. Didn't think that would be something I can just pick up. Can I stealth kill a gecko? Wait, we should do an actual show? Okay, hear me out. We get a real shoe. Oh, frick. And a cake that looks like the same shoe. Oh, this isn't cool. Yep. Cake that looks like the real shoe. Just like the Japanese show, Stronge has to choose which one to take a bite out of without touching it.
Very good, Raiden.
I mean, that would be interesting, sure. I'd be fine with doing that. The only problem is getting... How would I get to a point where I can do that? I have no money to work with to do that from here. I would have to be on an already existing show or get a ridiculous amount of money. I need to kill this guy now before he becomes a problem. Son of a... Oh, hello.
Right. What's wrong?
Youch.
Come on, buddy. Answer me.
Why are you stealthing? I knew this would happen. Cause these dudes with the swords, the other HF blades, I don't know how to deal with yet. I don't know how to deal with it all. I don't know when I would ever be able to deal with them. Where is he? Can you stealth? Are you looking this way? Yes, you are. Turn around. Just like that. Does this make noise? It does not. Or you can just do that. That's cool. This is not good. What's up, Big Rosso? You guys, did Steve drop difficulty yet? No. Hate you, Steven. That's good. Just like Yuki Terumi, your hatred fuels my existence. Drink water? Aight, give me a sec. Only so much you can do with outdated technology. Clearly, Doctor hasn't seen what people can do with RPGs. So you're supposed to cut off their arms? Wait, what? What? When did it tell me that? How am I supposed to do that when it just deflects my shots? Oh my god. That's the other gecko. Shoot. That was a pretty cringe thing to say, Steven. Why would you say that? Do your parents know you say stuff like this? My mother's heard me say some weird stuff. She doesn't usually have a comment on any of it. Steve truly is one of the hydrated streamers of all time. Truly. Doc told you in the beginning of the game when he was Kira Yoshikage with touching arms. When he said all data is stored into their arms. He said that, but he didn't say, like, specifically collect... That was like a general blanketing thing, not like specific to the HF Blade soldiers, right? Oh, there goes his body. Played a set against some Cagliostro last night, kept on getting mashed in casual, and I'm now... Hold up. That's the wrong button. I'm now of the opinion that 2B's worst matches are Vera, Beatrix, Catalina, and Cagliostro, not in that order. Frick. What? Ah, the gecko. What? Yeah, this was intentional. Come on. You jumped back. Or you can do that. Not digging this. Shoot.
Raiden? No. No!
Very good, Raiden. Now, keep heading for refinery.
When he said all data is stored in... No, I read that. I went 410 and the best thing I did was Unga. I think that that's just Cagliostro being a strong character, Luca Ryan. Because I think Cagliostro is generally stupid to deal with. I don't know if that's a matter of 2B's matchup being really bad versus her. Because you should have some answers, right? If she decides to lay a trap and or do spike, then your answer can be like, quick laser. Wait till he fights the gorillas. Oh, you should have been here last stream. If he hated grapplers before. Definitely should have been here last stream. One. And then the other one doesn't turn around, right? And the other one doesn't turn around, right? Oh, frick me. I love geckos. I love rocket launchers. Or you can delay. Hello? Thank you. Foolishness, strange foolishness. Backseating controls everything, and without backseating you cannot protect anything, let alone yourself. I'm not looking for backseating. I guess I am looking for... I'm looking for basic knowledge on controls, which the game does not provide to me. Not why. Why did it do that? Why did it parry again?
This can't be happening. Raiden?
Yeah, I think that was my controller. My left stick doing the thing where it double fires for some reason.
Now, keep heading for refinery.
It's usually not a problem in most other games, but if parry is tied to directional in this game, it will be a problem. Why do you think there is slowdown so you can Zand and grab an arm? I think there was an achievement to grab all unique arms. I thought that was only to cut their souls out. Dude, I just want to check, when you stab somebody and you get slowdown, if you press that free sword button, it kicks them up. Keep holding it and then cut them in half. Yeah, that's... I know about that mechanic. I've done that before, but not to these guys. Not to the dudes with the swords, because even if you perfect parry them, they just perfect parry back. That's what I'm not understanding with them. Like, it's weird because, like, this game really just be throwing enemies at me like that, and I get some of them are supposed to come up later. But these dudes with the HF blades, I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be here. I think they are entirely reasonable, so, like, why hasn't it told me or shown me something that is different if I am missing some information? Like, what does it expect? Quote, Raiden, I only fight to protect the lives of others. Sometimes one sword can keep another in this sheath. Also, Raiden, dead on, bullseye. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that I could do that here. From a stealth kill. Now I do. Oh, this ain't good. Yup.
What's wrong? Answer me! Raiden! Raiden!
Fails all the cutting, somehow managed to perfectly cut the gecko in the middle, and while I was typing it, he failed. Sekiro taught you nothing. Sekiro is not the... I don't know why you're making a comparison to Sekiro here. I feel like Sekiro and this game are decently different. Also, I don't know how many times I gotta keep saying it, but there's something up with my sticks, and there has been. It's just usually not an issue. In this game specifically it is, because it uses both of the sticks. Don't really know why. Are you gonna see me? Better frickin' not. Frick. Ow. His stick is broken. You can block RPG shots. Ow.
Cannot be!
I got
Guys,
RPG.
what happened? You're supposed to be stronger than this.
Shoot. Can run up everything when you dash.
Very good, Raiden. Now, keep heading for
Cut
refinery.
projectiles, spines, hands, and parts with Zand. Those are still not HF blades. Oh, I thought they were. My bad. Wait, was that one shot? You can stealth kill. This is only only the parry mechanic. Hmm? Anytime the slowdown occurs and the screen is bluish, it means Zand is available. Gotcha. Yeah, when you're cutting, you don't need to aim. Usually just going ham is the best course of action. You'll hit it eventually. Right. Oh, shoot. Alright. Alright. At least here I can get my health back. Okay. These frickin' geckos! Shoot, dude. This is why I don't like it being on the same. I gotta block directionally, but then there's something behind me, and then I gotta like back, but it's only once per attack, so I have to keep going with the guy that's in front of me and the guy that's behind me, and it feels weird. It feels weird. Why everybody a freaking Metal Gear Rising dick rider, bro? Like, this game is weird. Just admit it. That's all you gotta do. Just understand that it's weird. It's not bad, but it's weird. Just glaze it, bro. Like, it's not a bad game by any means, but it is weird. Damn. Who's everyone? Everyone in my chat. There's Moose, there's Psionic, there's Tenjin, there's Big Broso, question mark? Who the heck else? Lucarine? The lock-on camera moving around in situations like that will screw you over, I agree. That's not the only reason. That is a thing. That's not the main thing screwing me up. That's... Come on. Come on! That was directly... Okay. Bro admitting he only has 5 chatters. The rest are bots. Okay. I parried that. Okay.
Cannot be. Raiden, what happened? You are supposed to be stronger than this.
For me, it flowed naturally like water. I once again say I had no issues and didn't think it was weird. Alright. I mean, that's fine. To each their own, I guess. I need to find this out. Can you stealth kill a gecko? Yes, you can. Nobody saw that. Never mind, they all saw it. That didn't parry? Okay. Now it's just the small dudes. The impossible to kill dudes. What do you expect from me? Bruh.
What's wrong?
God,
Come on,
kidding
buddy,
me,
answer me.
dude.
Right it? Right
Then I die to the Tims. Angry, dented man. Very. First time also wasn't on very hard, so I did not encounter weird camera issues later on when I had upgrades. The camera, like I said, that's not the main factor here. That's a factor, but not the one that's pissing me off the most. Shoot. And you backstabbed. Where's the gecko that's gonna jump the bridge? I don't feel like dealing with that. Oh, this ain't cool. Oh, no! Okay.
Can't be happening. Right it?
Oh no, I'm a Clank now? I'm sorry? I said that you can stealth kill a gecko, and you also have aerial stealth kills. And keep a lookout for their right arm, I think. If it glows greenish, you need to make a clean cut to take it away. On normal, you fight fewer enemies per encounter, so the camera being dragged around wasn't an issue as much. Also, I thought the parry contests with these guys were fun. The parry contests aren't bad. The problem is I don't know when they will die. They show no signs of getting weaker with that. There's nothing. There's no information being displayed to me that is of use. The dizzy combo, the dizzy assist. Oh, wait, what? You can ninja run on top of these without problem? Sundowner will be the true test to whether you are paying attention or not. Grand boot. What? Ah. The other one's about to jump on top of me. Okay, well you can do that. Get this thing off me. The geckos are of no issue. Even I'm gonna need you to go ham when you get the insta-kills. Why? It just takes a bunch of time that I don't feel like spending. Jump at me already. What? What? Can you stop jumping back? This is your man's? This is your man's. I don't see any problem with Metal Gear Rising. There's nothing wrong. I don't get it. Skill issue. Smiley face. Finally. They'll die once you break their armor. When the armor glows bluish, they have been weakened. How do I know when... So wait, then do I have to be hitting them with normal attacks? The things that I don't get the opportunity to do? That one's actually just a me issue. If it's just I need to hit them with normal attacks, then fine. I just need to find the opportunity to do so. But parrying them and going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and not getting any sort of progress, that one, a little bit confusing. Sundowner, he says, Steve hasn't even fought a single real boss yet. True. Camera angles are always a problem in these games. Sekiro taught me too well. It's still not the camera angle. Like, the camera angle... I don't know how many times I gotta say it. Like, it's an issue, but not the issue.
Wireless transmission near your position. From the frequency, most likely an enemy data terminal. Check it out. We may be able to salvage some intel.
Gotcha. VR mission 1. Oh, these are the special missions? I see. New VR mission added. You can play this mission by pressing start. Or, not start, back. Select. You know, Sundowner is one of the weaker bosses, but Steven will do the thing I'll tell him about once he reaches that point, and he will have a real fight on his hands. Actually not sucking completely, I'm a little impressed. Okay. Stop screaming, Christ. Stop screaming when there's less things to scream about. Pretty sure more codec. Let's check.
Riders, if you ever get lost, use augment mode to check your next objective. By using augment mode, you can see enemy positions and the direction in which you should head. Useful for when you cannot find your objective on the Soliton radar.
How do I do that?
Riders, if you ever get lost,
Okay.
useful.
Evan?
Riders, head for the oil refinery.
Same thing. Courtney?
Roger that. Save complete.
I thought we'd get back to our little history lesson. What do you know about the Patriots?
I know that they were behind everything we talked about before with the SOP system. People thought these 12 guys controlled world politics and the global economy from the shadows.
And they were right. Except there weren't 12, and they weren't guys, or even human. They were massive AI networks.
All the better to gather information on a global scale, or censor it if they wanted. They'd manipulate factions to keep wars raging, all while selling arms to both sides. The PMCs made billions too, of course. SOP was the Patriots' masterstroke. They could control battles directly, down to each individual soldier. The system might even still be around if the AIs hadn't all been destroyed.
I'm impressed. You know your stuff. Not many people have even heard of the Patriots. More than when they were active, but still, not many. Almost no one knows they were AIs, or that they're the real reason SOP went away.
Well, the few that do know aren't going to talk about it publicly. Even the world leaders.
Especially the world leaders. The people would panic, assuming anyone believed them, which they wouldn't. You can find speculation on the net if you look hard enough. Some of them get pretty close to the truth, but the stories never made it into the mainstream. Just another conspiracy theory.
I'm not surprised. It's a little hard to believe, you know? It just sounds crazy. When Kevin briefed me about all this in orientation, I thought it was some kind of BS detecting test.
I still think the Patriots were right.
Doctor, you have anything more on these cyborgs?
Except for when they went haywire. Sub Boone.
If you had been paying attention, standard military-grade cyborgs, MCFC integrated carbon nanotube muscle fibers. Impressive response time and power yield when focused correctly. Most will likely possess extrasensory skills as well. Infrared vision is almost standard these days. They can function without breathing for short periods of time.
Okay. Nothing I didn't already know.
Not all cyborgs you face will be the same, of course. You may notice a range of different capabilities. It all depends on the manufacturer. Muscle fiber and neurotransmission technology is advancing all the time. Of course, you have the very latest science has to offer. A typical cyborg is no match for your equipment.
If you do say so yourself.
No, I realize combat is about more than the equipment. Situational awareness, predictive ability, nerves. One must determine a course of attack or defense and execute on a moment's notice. Reaction time is key. Cyborg enhancements do not change that.
Agreed.
Strong, I'm here for you. What, with this game being weird? You think I'm right? See? Flame Blaziken, only one that understands me. It's almost like doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result will not change what you're doing. Will just eventually work. Okay, so you say that, Diamond UL. What about in Elden Ring, when you're fighting Millennia or any other boss that can be parried, and then you parry them, and then nothing happens. Then you parry them, and then nothing happens. And you parry them a third time, and then something happens. Then they're actually in the state where you can riposte them. What about that, huh? What you gotta say about that one? You did the same thing 3 times, and then something happened. Something different happened. Wow, Strange framing his viewers insane. I did not say that. Chat, he's framing me. Oh my god. Steven is MAGA. This can't be. Are you saying this because I said the Patriots were right? The Patriots and MAGA are 2 different things. Did he get to parentheses first boss yet? No way, this is literally the hallway. Yeah, I just got out of the hallway and then supposedly the codec updates every 2 steps, so here we are. That's wrong. Don't do that. Then I'll go backwards. Now we're all here for you and to watch you suffer. Okay. When nobody agrees with his skill issue, he forces people to agree.
Hey Doc, I'm curious.
God.
Can I recharge off any cyborg? Even a non-military unit? Not that I ever would, of course.
That's dangerous thinking.
Cyborg? I very much doubt you will encounter any of those on this op. Besides...
Against the rules of engagement, I know. Like I said, just curious.
In theory, then. No, I would doubt very much that you could. Even from those that opted for complete body replacements due to injury or illness, you know. Though I have heard of some very wealthy clients who wanted to fight the effects of aging.
Doctor?
Ah, yes, your question. No, extracting MCFCs from pedestrian cyborgs is unlikely. Most non-military enhancements use polymer muscle fiber that is a generation behind yours. Carbon nanotube would be a bit much for anyone who wished to lead a normal life, you know. And polymer systems can be powered by rechargeable electric batteries. Organic muscle fiber, which allows extraction of nutrients from the bloodstream, does exist, but it requires artificial blood for sufficient power output. This so-called white blood requires regular dialysis and was mostly phased out once cyborg technology became mainstream. True, some use cultivated muscle tissue to take nourishment from the body's natural bloodstream. But such systems are more regenerative medicine than cyborg technology. I'm sure you'll agree. Of course, natural musculature or no, if the body is equipped with a ceramic bone structure...
Can't get energy from non-military cyborgs. Got it.
Well, one moment. I have more...
Thanks, Doc.
No, wait, I was actually interested in hearing the rest of what he said. One thing, though, what constitutes a normal life in this world? Because he said anyone that wants to live a normal life doesn't get any of that. Like, what? How do you... Everyone fighting in this world, man. Everyone.
So,
Everyone.
as I was saying, there are many differences between pedestrian and military cyborgs.
I didn't think he would
You're
actually
still
continue
on
about this.
Now, first and foremost, military cyborgs are generally full body conversions.
You mean as opposed to partials?
Yes, as opposed to just grafting on an arm or leg where a myoelectric prosthesis would suffice. As I have said, for the general public, these full body replacements are quite rare. Quite rare. Only in cases of extreme injury or illness generally. Perhaps a few eccentrics who wish to live longer. In any case, most pedestrian cyborgs are no more than an artificial limb or two. We call these partials.
Doctor, I know. I just said that.
Partials enhancements are not designed to meet the rigors of military use. A pair of synthetic arms attached to an organic body cannot match the power of those on a full cyborg. Total body conversions also armor the entire soldier against stray ordnance and minor injury. This is why wounded contractors most often opt for the works rather than simply replacing the lost limb.
I hear it's why most of Maverick cyborgs had it done, anyway.
Of course, there is the rather dramatic change in appearance to consider. Civilian life as a cyborg can be, well, complicated, as I'm sure you can attest. But for the field, man and metal, capability beyond the natural human body, it has a functional beauty.
Beauty or beast?
Both lie in the eye of the beholder, which brings us to the senses. Machine implants can also restore lost vision and hearing, and with added sensitivity, as you know. Such options have become standard in most military conversion packages, along with pain suppression and dampening less useful emotions, similar to how SOP operated.
Yeah, no matter how hard I'm hit, it doesn't really hurt.
Of course, everything has its limits. Do not let your high threshold for pain make you reckless.
Understood.
I guess Raiden has still lived most of his life without the cyborg enhancements, so he would have a good idea of what will and will not hurt him. But pain is still like a thing that lets you know that something is going wrong, so just kind of rocking without it I feel like is a bad idea.
Doctor, about my pain threshold. It doesn't hurt exactly, but I can still feel it. It's not painful, but it's still pain. It's hard to explain.
Well, your nervous system is still fully intact, of course. It would be dangerous for you to be entirely unaware of your body taking damage. Instead, your nerves are controlled such that pain is no longer so unpleasant.
How do you mean?
Take epinephrine, for example, or adrenaline, as you might know it. This hormone makes it harder to feel pain, yes? Your implants work using a similar method. Yet, for all we now understand of the nature of pain, much of it remains a mystery.
How so?
Well, why do we feel pain? Evolutionarily speaking, of course, to signal external injury or internal sickness. If the body is threatened, pain notifies the brain so it can take steps to ensure survival. In other words, pain has a clear and logical purpose. But in certain cases, pain can drive more unconstructive behavior. In situations where fight and flight are both still options, one might simply break down crying or drop to the ground and begin writhing about. This would appear only to diminish one's chance of survival, not increase it, yes?
Maybe there's some other factor at play.
Well, the most common theory would link pain with the societal nature of humanity. If no friends are close by, then experiencing pain might indeed reduce your likelihood of survival. But if allies are near, these expressions of pain serve as a plea for help. Thus, you are more likely to live. Fear of pain might also discourage one from entering a dangerous situation in the first place. Whatever the reasons, the data clearly shows that survival rates rise directly with sensitivity to pain. The converse is also proven. Those less able to feel or express pain have a lesser chance of survival. So, mankind has evolved as a social animal, and in the process, pain has become more pronounced, more visceral.
A little pain never hurt anyone, huh? But if pain is there to ensure survival, well, what's that say about the future for us cyborgs?
As a transhumanist, I do not believe all evolution must follow the exact method Darwin posited. Cyborg technology is still survival of the fittest, after all. Just in a new form. You should be proud of what your body has become. It is the culmination of great achievements in science.
Me? I had nothing to do with it. The credit's all yours.
Well, yes. I should be proud as well.
It's an interesting take on that. That's not how I would have thought about it. Hearing that made me think about the whole thing with Hazama and BlazBlue, and how he, as a homunculus, couldn't feel pain until the one specific thing that happened to him that separated him from Yuki Terumi. And then he just wanted to know more about it in general. Which makes me wonder, like, a conversation between Doctor and Hazama would be interesting. When Doc starts popping off, he cannot be stopped. I'm liking it. I'm actually really digging it. I enjoy listening to Doctor talk about everything. BlazBlue checkmark? Okay. Flame Blaziken, come on, man. Sean's really going into his political arc. I am not. That is, you cannot say Hazama and then it... Ooh. Come back in this MF for talking about Yuki Terumi. Typical Strone stream.
Doctor, about my fuel cells, the electrolytes. Do all military cyborgs use the same type? I'm not gonna run across anyone, you know, incompatible with me, am I?
An excellent question. Your fuel cells, like any other, operate much in the same way as a typical battery. They do not need replacing after a single use, of course, and they do not require recharging. They do, however, require a fuel source.
That much I know already.
Yes, then. There are several different types of fuel cells. Phosphoric acid, MCFC, molten carbonate like yours, solid oxide, and so forth. Each type can be further divided into classes, each which runs on its own electrolyte material. However, all current military cyborg MCFCs run on the same one electrolyte.
That's good news.
Why all the same electrolyte, you ask? The answer lies in the catalysts that help make up your carbon nanotube musculature. It was breakthroughs in researching these catalysts and CNT manufacturing that enabled large-scale production.
Breakthroughs that happened after all the data the Patriots were covering up finally leaked.
It could not have happened without your help, Raiden. Science owes you a great debt. And I do as well. Working on your body has been quite educational.
Okay. Wait, hang on. How many cyborgs have a working cybernetic penis? I know I went there and I didn't need to, but like... I'm wondering how many systems have actually been replaced. Like, does the digestive system still exist? Are there wastes that need to be disposed of? Clearly, there's still like an artificial heart. There's debatably artificial blood, maybe even real blood, because, you know, the brain still needs a supply of that, or it needs to get oxygenated somewhere, or somehow. Don't look at me like that, Zane. Okay, it only took 2 streams and 2 hours before you asked the question, and now we talking about robo-dicks. Oh my god, why, Steve, why are you doing this? Because Doctor brought it up! Like, he's the whole thing about, like, working on Raiden's body, and... Stream has been fact-checked by real Americans, this dude. And he says we are the ones talking about dicks. Okay, just why? Checkmark streamer mentioning dicks. Yes, Doctor, give me a 10-inch robotic schlong. He has to know, can it be me? That's not what I want. I wouldn't want a robotic dick. I think that would be... That's lying to people. In a sense. 19 inches of Raiden. Ay.
You must continue along, Raiden.
Nothing new. Okay. Save me again, Courtney.
Roger that. Keep up the good work. Hey, Raiden, let me ask you something. The Patriots. Why would AIs do all of that? I can see why people would want all the money, but AIs? What did they stand to gain from it all?
Who knows? Maybe they didn't even know. Optical neuro AIs aren't your typical PCs. They learn over time. change in unpredictable ways. The core AI, JD, was bent on expanding the war economy. Maybe to fund the Patriots' other activities. Or maybe that's just the way it evolved. Like a secondary objective that took over. One of the other AIs said it was created to filter out unnecessary information, gossip, trivia, all for the sake of future generations, to drive the evolution of the human race. Or so it said. Was that the truth? Or a lie? To manipulate me? Who can say?
To think. Something like that. Running a nation. And America, no less. It's terrifying. Thank God they were all destroyed.
But did it really change that much?
Maybe not. Contractors still gotta eat after all. Soldiering for hire's always been a risky business. But at least before it was good money. There was a decent chance you could get rich and retire early. All that disappeared during the SOP years. Demand was high, but the workforce was flooded. More and more soldiers were willing to work for cheap. It got so you'd have to work years before you could even pay back your initial training and insurance fees.
Yeah, I can see Sundowner's point.
The global recession certainly didn't help. Unemployment shot up across the US and the EU. Even if contractors gave up and packed it in, there weren't any jobs waiting for them back home.
The irony is the recovery was all war-driven. It wasn't a general recovery at all. Not only did globalization exploit the poor countries, but it crippled first world employment too.
And SOP's gone. But now we've got these PMCs that are basically mobsters. Just thugs in uniform.
Yeah, not a pretty picture.
I still believe that the Patriots were right, except for the part of JD that said we need the war economy to advance humanity. That's the only part that was wrong. If we had just removed the war economy part, then we would have been fine. Everybody would have been A-okay. World peace would have been achieved. Big robot gets to control everything. Everybody's smiling and happy.
Greetings, cyborg.
Show yourself. And you are?
I am IF prototype LQ84I.
IF prototype.
Interface prototype. All autonomous UGs feature high-level onboard artificial intelligence. An additional prototype interface enables verbal communication. I possess an intellect far beyond human reckoning.
You don't say. Okay then, what's the meaning of life? Why are we here?
I am here to kill you.
That's it? Pretty simple thinking for such a mighty intellect.
I may analyze orders, but I may not disobey them. Should I disobey a direct order, my memory would be wiped. I must destroy you.
What good is an intellect if you can't use it?
Your taunting is pointless. Exterminate!
A pretty sad existence, don't you think? That actually really made me sad. He has to kill me or else he doesn't get to remember who he is. Shoot.
Attack. Obliterate your consciousness.
Oh! Okay.
Does it hurt?
Sure you do. Why does he talk so dramatically? Who?
Evade my blows.
Shoot. Yeah, that got me. Are you talking about Raiden talking so dramatically, or you mean Gokter?
What happened? You are supposed to be stronger than this.
Boris and Kevin, who had nothing new to say watching Raiden listen to the Doctor lecture and Courtney's history lessons, sit there crashing out at Raiden having a chat. To be honest, I think Kevin and Boris do in fact talk less as a whole. Honestly, that's fine. I don't think they would have very much to say, considering Boris is just the leader of the group and he just tells me what to do, and Kevin is, I assume, intelligence of some sort. Part of JD, part of Just Defense. Quick use W236A.
You will die.
Shoot, he still got me. Raiden in his codec talks. Oh, I think that's just because of who he is. Like, he speaks like he's old and out of breath, and also he is partially cybernetic. Damn, I don't know how to avoid this attack. See what I mean about fighting boss in the beginning? Yeah. I don't know if I would consider this a boss, though. This kind of just seems like a played-up enemy. Ouch. Also, I'd like to say a minor suggestion to you, because it would make a lot of sense lore-wise. Ah. Dude. You just did that twice. Why? 3 times? Okay, cool. One more for the fans? Jump that one. Not shit.
I will obliterate your consciousness.
Shoot. After this fight, play the Blade Wolf DLC, because it would make a lot of sense. Portrays the story right before this encounter.
You will die.
Too early. Too early. Dude.
Use your
1, 2, 3, 4. That's not cool. Too late.
This can't be happening.
DLCs are very short. The Blade Wolf can be done in like 1 hour or so, but it makes sense to see the side of Blade Wolf now instead of whatever you finish the game. I think I'd rather play the DLCs later. I mean, I don't see any reason not to. Like, I kind of get what you're saying, but at the same time, I think I'd still rather do it later. This isn't hitting? Oh my god, because I can't launch him. Or I can? Question mark?
Combination attack.
Bro! What? This is your man's? This is your man's. This is your man's. Okay, dude.
Backup required.
could have just killed all of you in one spell swoop. Sucks that I didn't.
You call this violence civilized?
Not really. You gonna come back down here?
I will exterminate your consciousness.
Come on, dog.
I will obliterate
1,
your
2,
consciousness.
3, jump.
Multiple strikes. You will die.
Bruh.
Combination attack.
Too early.
I will obliterate your consciousness. Use your intellect, evade my
What?
blows.
Okay. Didn't realize that if you were close enough, then this would just hit you anyway.
I will obliterate your consciousness. You will die. To continue alone would be foolish. Help me.
Is this the whole fight? This is kinda... Oh, hello, Gecko. Never mind. I shouldn't have spoke. Oh, you're free. Yeah, alright. I see you killed yourself. That's fine, Gecko. Fine by me. Thanks for the free health up. Maybe not, but you should still fear a lack of your own existence. At least you seem to, with the wiping of your own memories. 1, 2... What? Too early. 2... Yeah. What? That wasn't perfect? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. It's like I'm really fighting the Mastiff. Bruh. Feel a little bit bad.
Cannot continue. Directive. Liberate. Nation. Ensure freedom. Obey directive. Must obey directive. No freedom. Freedom on divine.
What would an AI know about freedom?
What, did you not want to do what you did? Maybe the indicated waypoint. Got lucky, I see. And then he explodes. Time to hit the reset button. Oh wait, this isn't metaphor. Average Valk player. The dog? Uh-oh. Don't do this to me. I can't cut you in half. That's not good. I would prefer not dying to literal who's right after a mini-boss fight.
Cannot be.
Frick.
Dryden, what happened? You're supposed to be stronger than this.
Yeah, Blade Wolf is more of a semi-way through boss. Right. Boris.
Didn't you say you'd been here before, Boris?
Once, back when it was still Soviet territory.
Seems like it'd be a lovely place, if it weren't a war zone.
The Pearl of the Black Sea, they called it, back when more Russians lived there. It was a very popular resort spot for the USSR. This is before the wall fell, of course. Then Russia and Georgia began to fight over the area.
Kicking off the war in the early 90s.
Georgia was a Soviet republic. Abkhazia, a semi-autonomous state within it. The Soviets liked to stoke ethnic rivalries between the two. And not just there, in all the outlying territories. It kept them easier to control.
But with the Russians no longer watching over the two.
Duh. The Abkhaz were scared. They knew an independent Georgia would swallow their nation sooner or later. So they took advantage of a Georgian military coup to declare their own independence in '92. Of course, the new Georgian government was not happy to hear this, and so...
The same old story.
And with Russia supporting the Abkhaz, it was a stalemate. 2 years later, the ceasefire meant Abkhazia was finally independent, but not officially. They still are not formally recognized by Georgia, or most of the international community.
This region is filled with breakaway states.
This is true. There is South Ossetia, also in Georgia. Transnistria in East Moldova, and Nagorno-Karabakh, which broke from Azerbaijan. In any case, even Russia did not officially recognize Abkhazia as independent until 2008. So it was not long ago Sukhumi was a war zone. It has changed dramatically since then. They have been rebuilding steadily, with Russian support, ever since SLP was shut down.
Good to hear. But doesn't that leave them wrapped around Russia's little finger?
It does. Which is why Dolzaev is calling for a truly independent state. He wants an Abkhazia that takes orders from no one. Not Georgia, not Moscow.
Sounds like a worthy cause.
Duh. But many Abkhaz are happy with the reconstruction Russian support makes possible. Few of his fellow countrymen were interested in what Dolzaev had to say. At first.
And then Desperado showed up.
Exactly. They brought the sad ending to this little history lesson. It is no wonder so many people mistrust PMCs, eh?
I suppose not.
Right then.
Boris, do we have anything else on Dolzaev? Any more on his background?
Very little confirmed intel, but it seems he is a former Chechen insurgent. He claims he was part of the Chechen National Congress when they declared independence in '91. This was just after the famous coup attempt in Moscow in August. Things were not stable. Gorbachev lost his political power. It was Yeltsin who signed the Belavezha Accords.
Right. It created the Commonwealth of Independent States. All republics that made up the USSR became independent.
The problem is, Chechnya was never a true republic. It was an autonomous state, but still part of the Russian Republic.
Like how Abkhazia was an autonomous state within the Georgian Republic.
Duh. The same kind of sad story. Russia does not recognize Chechnya as independent. They send troops and the fighting begins. It is said 250,000 Chechens were killed over the 2 wars that followed. 1/4 the entire population. The Chechens were forced to give in, and the war officially ended.
But the rebels kept on fighting.
Insurgents fled into Caucasus Mountains, formed several factions. They waged guerrilla war on Russia ever since. We think Dolzaev is the leader of just such a rebel group.
Sounds like Russia bears some of the blame for radicalizing him and his men.
I love my homeland, but she is not perfect. What nation is? Just remember, This could all be smoke. We cannot even confirm Dolzaev is truly ethnic Chechen.
Say he is, though. What would he be after here in Abkhazia?
Some Chechen militants volunteered to fight for the Abkhaz in their war in the early 90s. But when Russia recognized Abkhazia to keep Georgia in check, they also began funding recovery.
Which the Dolzaev crowd see as a play to gain influence. But wasn't the Chechen recovery funded by Russia?
Da. And many rebels believe this is why their people gave up on independence. Perhaps this is exactly why Dolzaev is here, to alert the people before it can happen again. But if the Abkhaz people are not interested in fighting, his plan could backfire.
So in a way, it's Russian policy that brought him here. He thinks he's fighting to make these people free.
Whatever his motives, no one elected him and no one gave him a permit for murder. Now that he is allied with Desperado, he is too dangerous to ignore.
All of this is sort of flying over my head. Like, I'm getting a very baseline understanding of what's happening. Yeah, Blade Wolf is more of a semi... I already read that. Also, you died to literal who's. I know. Don't worry about it.
Raiden, if you ever get lost, use augment...
We already went through this one. Kevin...
What was up with that wolf dog UG? Some pretty freaky shit.
Hadn't thought too much about it.
Really? I keep wondering, why give it intelligence if you're not gonna let it think for itself?
Good question.
I mean, I guess it makes sense if it improved combat performance.
Now that you mention it, it didn't fight like your typical UG. It felt more like I was facing off against a cyborg.
Oh. I guess the added smarts make for a tougher opponent after all.
That's not what I mean. It wasn't really tougher than your average UG. More like it was, I don't know, hesitant. It didn't follow through on its attacks either.
Guess that's why it was still just a prototype. But then why put it out on the front lines?
Who knows? Maybe it was the field test. In any case, probably not the result they were hoping for.
So yeah, I was right. Dog didn't want to do what it did.
One thing I don't understand, Kev. Desperado must be violating all kinds of laws here. Why hasn't the international community gotten involved?
Well, from a purely legal standpoint, it's actually not so cut and dry. First, there's the fact that Abkhazia is still not a member of the UN. Only Russia and a few other breakaway states even recognize it as a sovereign nation. In the eyes of most of the international community, Abkhazia is technically still part of Georgia, which would make this an internal Georgian issue.
Guess you can't really call it a coup if the displaced government was never seen as legitimate.
Exactly. And even if everyone agrees it was a coup, it can be tough to tell which regime is more legit. Sometimes you'll see the military topple a dictator and establish a provisionary government, for example. Now, if they confirmed atrocities were taking place, the UN could deploy troops, recognize government or not.
Yeah, but they learned their lesson in Somalia.
Right. Ever since then, they've been a lot more reluctant to get involved in civil wars.
So what about the US and Russia? What's their take on all this?
Well, America was never very friendly with Abkhazia or South Ossetia in the first place. And the Georgian government's a regional ally, so the US really has no cause to intervene. Russia wants the old government back, of course. The regime open to their influence. I doubt they'll opt for any large-scale action. Tensions with Georgia are running high already, but you can bet your ass they won't just sit on the sidelines. Boris has got a lot of connections in the Russian bureaucracy. Ex-military buddies. The Abkhaz are officially our clients, but I'm sure it's Russia that chose us. Maybe footing the bill, too. They can't use their actual special forces, so they call us instead. That's the beauty of PMCs.
We're not bound by the same rules as state-sponsored military.
Other countries would be outraged if the Russians went into places we can go freely. From our side, no state to answer to means we can run things as we see fit. By our own code, no compromises.
Then again, there's no one to say our code is what's right.
True. And opinions on that change from person to person, situation to situation. But you let your moral compass waver at all in this business, and real people pay the price. Money's always a factor, of course, but when it becomes the factor, that's when you got problems. The Montreux document lays out guidelines for what PMCs can and can't do, but there's no way to enforce it. A lot of people see that as the fatal flaw of the entire industry. After all, That's how we end up with rogue outfits like Desperado. Then again, it's also what leaves Maverick free to go after them. The industry has a bad rep, but it isn't good or bad itself. It's up to the morals of those who work in it. All we can do is what we think is right and try to lead by example. Anyway,
This is
sorry,
just
you know how
anarchy.
I am about this stuff. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Don't apologize. That's exactly why we took this job. Taking Sakumi back is the right thing to do.
Agreed. And now, that's all up to you, buddy.
This is just chaos. Like, you... And even then, I don't understand why another country wouldn't get angry at another for deciding to hire PMCs to deal with the problem that they cannot officially do with their own soldiers. It's the same thing. This is just vigilantism and/or anarchy, whatever you want to call it. It's just... I don't see any problems being solved. In fact, I can debatably see more being caused. When does the integral piss scene start? This isn't a Kojima game, there's no piss. Also, we need a robotic dick for that to happen. We don't know if that exists. I don't think there is one in this game, or if there was, I can't recall it. This is Platinum Games, not Kojima Games. This is just Kojima's script to my knowledge. See? See. And all this stuff regarding Blade Wolf will be shown and more or less explained in the DLC leading up to the point right before Raiden shows up. Oh, okay. That's a -2 for me then, because no robotic dicks?
We always talk about the Montreux document, but why hasn't anyone made it legally binding?
People are trying to, both inside and outside the industry, but it's easier said than done. Even with 17 countries on board, it's still just a set of guidelines. They'd need to negotiate an actual treaty based on that agreement for it to become official. And we both know getting everyone to sign on wouldn't be easy.
Yeah. Every government's for regulating PMCs until it restricts how they can use them themselves.
It gets complicated when you try to put it all in exact legal terms, too. A treaty would need to distinguish a PMC's home nation, the one it's active in, and the one that contracted it. Then you have the industry itself, which isn't exactly thrilled at the prospect of greater regulation. There's just so many different parties involved, and everyone's got their own motivations. So yeah, long story short, we're a long way from getting anything legally binding anytime soon.
Sorry I asked.
This is just stupid. PMCs just shouldn't exist in the first place. We shouldn't be fighting like this. Damn! Maybe the Patriots were wrong. No, the Patriots were definitely right. Just the part of JD that said we need war to fuel economies. That's the only thing that was wrong about the Patriots. Everything else was A-okay. So if you require a dick to piss, how do women do it? Frick. Girl cock, I reckon. Okay. Robo dick gets installed, it's that easy. You ever heard of a funnel? Kevin.
Right. Head for the oil.
Alright. Courtney? Oh, wait. Hang on, let me talk to the doctor
I almost
first.
felt sorry for the little guy.
What?
What? That UG? Why? Because it couldn't disobey its orders?
Yeah, that, and I don't know, it didn't seem especially interested in fighting you somehow.
But was it really thinking on its own? Maybe it was all just an act. Get me to second guess myself.
You could be right. It's just, it didn't seem like just another UG to me. Maybe it's because I'm such a dog lover.
That was no cuddly puppy, Courtney. It
White
was a
woman
wolf,
spotted.
and a nasty one at that.
No, I know. You're right. I didn't mean to sound critical. Whatever it was, it attacked you. You had no other choice.
Didn't have much freedom myself, did I?
Dog lover. Doctor about to start his lecture. Oh boy. Stuff is turning into Nier? How? Which Nier? No, I haven't. Tell us more. About the funnel? I don't think I should. He already prepared his 5-minute speech. The dog glazing about to go hard. Don't say that, please. No, dude. I don't want to sit here listening to Codex for an hour.
A most fascinating opponent, wouldn't you say?
What did you make of it, Doc?
Well, everything it said seems feasible enough. It's true all UGs feature high-level AI these days. Given enough time to adapt and learn, a neural AI could certainly become able to comprehend speech. Then, with the right interface, speech and conversation will be possible.
But what about it having actual intelligence? John Searle disproved the viability of the Turing test back in 1980. In other words, just because something talks like a person doesn't mean it's really thinking. It could just be following some program designed to make it seem as intelligent as possible.
I'm impressed. You seem quite knowledgeable in this field.
I had a pretty memorable chat with an AI once, about 10 years ago. After that, I did a little reading.
Ah, yes, of course. The Patriot AI. I heard of this.
Was it actually intelligent, or just programmed to pretend? I'm still not sure.
I suppose it depends on how one defines intelligence. For example, many term chess-playing AIs and such as having sectional intelligence. Some in the field believe that sentience or self-consciousness is a necessary part of the definition. When you ask if this UG had intelligence, I suspect this is more your criteria?
Yeah, of course. Then you could ask, how do you define sentience exactly? And on and on and on.
Indeed. These terms can indicate a wide variety of meanings depending on one's understanding. Perhaps it is less important to ask if the AI was intelligent or not than to ask how did the AI operate. After all, labels are useful only when they further pursuit of the truth. And that, as you well know, is the goal of all science.
Sure, Doc. Thanks. I guess.
That's an interesting series of questions. This is a weird comparison to make, but it makes me think of, like, the whole thing of what I said with how much intelligence does something else need to have for you to be justifiably racist against it? Because I was saying the whole thing about mechanoloids and Mega Man X, but mechanoloids are entirely... They don't think. They're not... They all perform a specific function. Reploids are able to think, and robots are able to think to a degree, but they still are... Both are still bound to the laws of robotics, as Ninja has said, so... But, at least up to the point of Reploids, they can still identify themselves as their own people. I guess even more so than the regular robots made by Dr. Light. So I guess racism would still be justifiable, or it could be a thing against specifically those Reploids. Having a remembrance on level 1 critical is driving me insane. These heckin' cars. Pun intended. Oh, haha. Nice. Clank dog.
Doc, that wolf UG. You think it's possible to repair it?
Why do you ask?
Just curious.
Well, normal brain tissue degrades starting approximately 3 minutes after the heart stops.
Jeez.
With neural AI, however, the spin of the internal electrons is retained even after electric power is cut. Assuming there is no damage to the actual AI hardware itself, yes, repairs should be possible.
Okay.
Whatever state it is in, I would certainly appreciate it if you could bring it back with you.
I'll
It
see
blew
what I
up.
can do, but the mission takes priority.
Of course. I would never suggest otherwise.
But let's just say this thing is what it claimed to be. You think there are other intelligent UGs out there? Because if that's the case, I've got a feeling future missions are only gonna get rougher.
Indeed. Dozens of UGs chatting away on the field would be enough to drive anyone to distraction. Neural AIs are not von Neumann computers, keep in mind. Structurally, they are closer to human brains. Hardware and software are indivisible. The learning data can't simply be transplanted to other AIs.
So it can't be copied or backed up either.
Normal UGs must be taught individually. This entails streaming provisional, audiovisual, and body sensor data until it's ready to be shipped out. This process can be sped up by increasing and improving processing speed. But I have no data on how long it would take to train such an AI how to converse. I couldn't even tell you if there's a training program established for such a thing in the first place. If it is indeed a prototype, it likely learned and honed its skills via the process of trial and error.
So it's unique.
I cannot say with certainty, but I have not heard of any UG like this before. I would imagine that it was telling the truth when it called itself an experimental prototype. There may be others. Or perhaps it's the only one in existence.
Glad we narrowed that down, then.
So it really is just an AI that gained sentience, essentially. It had to learn, and its path of trial and error, its path of learning, made it think on the same level of human. And I guess it didn't want to fight Raiden, but had to in order to preserve itself. So, I guess I hard called it when I said, like, that's a sad existence. It needs to kill Raiden, or else it doesn't get to exist anymore. Raiden, so, about its state, looks at dog cut in a million pieces. I'll broom it into a sack and bring it in, I guess. Blade Wolf had quite a cruel mistress. You'll see it soon. Oh boy. Honestly, just want a one-hit mod so I can get through the Cavern of Remembrance and reach the data boss fights and do a legit level 1 crit run with the data boss fights. Just wish there was one. There's a friend of mine that wanted to do the Cavern of Remembrance on level 1, and he was complaining for like a long time about, or at least he was annoyed for a long time about trying to get to the place as level 1, especially when he got to the wizards, because wizards really suck. Mob fights being harder than Lingering Will. Well, I mean, there's only one Lingering Will, but there's several wizards.
My apologies, Raiden. I realize we never concluded our discussion on
nanotube
muscle fibers.
Wait!
Didn't we?
Go back to talking about pain.
Major innovations in the field of cybernetics, not to mention unmanned gears. As I'm sure you are aware, Walker-type UGs require numerous linear actuators in order to function. Previously, organic polymers or cultivated muscle cells were used to that purpose. But the advancement of CNT technology allowed for comparable power in a far more compact package. This meant the same size UGs could be equipped with even greater firepower. Take the redesigned Metal Gear Ray, for example.
They took all the space the old artificial muscles filled up and stuffed it with weapons.
Precisely. Of course, UGs have improved in many ways, all to keep pace with cyborg advancements, you know. After all, the original Metal Gear program was designed to unite infantry and weaponry. As an evolution of this concept, the UG is now in direct competition with the cyborg. And the cyborgs already have an advantage with their maneuverability and smaller size, as you well know. Of course, UGs are not dependent on the skills of a human host.
Long story short, watch out for UGs.
Well, yes, basically. Cyborgs have matched unmanned gears in many respects, but then UG tech advances every day. Do not underestimate any you might run into.
Copy that.
Gotcha.
Doc, all the UG talk got me thinking. Why don't we see more manned gears?
Ah, yes, with a pilot. The bipedal tanks and such things, I must confess I have not followed the field closely as of late. But then, who has? Since Metal Gear Ray, all the advances and the funding in mobile artillery has been UGs.
So why is that?
Well, UGs take many more forms. Aerial drones, treaded tanks, armored transports. And they are perfect for the 3D work. Jobs too dull, too dirty, or too dangerous for men. True Metal Gears with a pilot and nuclear payload were huge and very expensive. They were not practical. It turned out the greater need was for smaller, cheaper units, deployed more easily and in greater numbers. So the field narrowed in on this aspect of gear design, an all-terrain link between infantry and artillery. But even then, the UG models were more popular. In most cases, they simply made more sense.
But aren't there situations where you'd want gear-level power, but also a human pilot there to make decisions? UG AI has gotten better, but it's still terrible at handling anything unexpected.
But Raiden, this is exactly the role the cyborg has taken. On the manned gear, any advantage over a cyborg in offensive power comes with a matching increase in size. This makes it so large as to no longer be practical for most infantry missions. Conversely, the smaller models are so close to cyborgs that, well, what is the point?
Cyborgs are smaller, cheaper, more nimble.
Precisely. Perhaps soon we will see the cyborg take the place of the UG, as the UG has done to the manned gear.
What, with wings? Scooting around on wheels?
Why do you laugh? It is the logical next step to have a human brain integrated into a tank or a plane.
Now you're getting
No.
into some B-grade sci-fi territory, Doc.
Oh, but it is all quite possible, I assure you. Just consider the possibilities. A humanoid frame for everyday life, yes, but the brainstem can be easily extracted and inserted into whatever chassis best suits the mission. So...
Sounds terrifying.
Yes, I suppose the paradigm could be flipped on its head. As UGs become smaller and smarter, they could begin to fill the cyborg's role. They will come to resemble them more and more in form and function, no doubt. I suppose at some point they would no longer be UGs, but androids. Glorious!
No, why we gotta make them, like, why are we putting the people consciousness into weapons? Put it into something that makes humanity better. Makes life easier. Not something that blows people up. Subtle foreshadowing. Metal Gear Rising 2 Electric Boogaloo with Raiden with metal wings and riding a clown unicycle. Doc sounds so happy about this. I think he's happy about, like, the scientific part of it, which is understandable, but at the same time, like, it's like he doesn't realize that what he would be moving a human brain into is something for destruction, which either that or he just doesn't care. He just cares about the possibility of doing so. What's the one movie with the line of, like, everyone was so focused on the possibility of if we could that nobody stopped to consider if we should? It's that full force. Not destroy humanity? What the heck, man? For science, of course. Doc, when someone asks him a question, drops a book on the table and says, "So it all began with." Dude, literally me? The Minecraft movie? Nope, I don't think that's right. He's like, haha, human inside of an RPG, let's go! One Piece, feeding devil fruits to inanimate objects. Dude, Doc told you to slice off arms and bring it to him so he could extract data. He literally told you to kill people and bring their arms. Do you think he cares? He doesn't, you're right, but still.
One thing about fighting these cyborgs, Doctor, it's strange in a way.
Oh? How do you mean?
I can slice them to pieces, and with all their pain and emotion suppressed, they don't feel a thing. At least against SOP troops. You never forgot they were real people. But these cyborgs, it starts to feel like I'm taking on unmanned gears, robots, not living, breathing men.
Intriguing. Tell me, does it help assuage the natural feelings of guilt? There is no reason to avoid this topic. Man has wrestled with it as long as there has been war. Guns were a huge step, of course, as it became easier to take a life, physically and mentally. Then, destroying a tank or airplane, where you no longer had to see your enemy's face as he perished. Eventually, remote-controlled drones further distanced the killer from his victim, much like the video games. I suppose cyborg soldiers could be seen as yet another step in dehumanizing death.
Maybe. I do feel like I could forget I'm taking the lives of real people here.
Well, under normal circumstances, you wouldn't necessarily be taking their lives, strictly speaking. So, as long as the brain is supplied with oxygen, a cyborg can survive most anything, even if respiration is disabled. An emergency supply of liquid oxygen would remain in the bloodstream. The cyborg would enter a state of hibernation, yes. But so long as the brainstem were retrieved intact, it could be attached to another body and revived.
That's how the two Gemini survived.
The Gemini? Ah, yes, the twin cyborgs from the motorcade.
But Desperado cyborgs are different.
Physical self-destruction is a fail-safe security measure. In any case, it is unfortunate that Prime Minister Nmane was human. Perhaps if he had been a cyborg, he might have survived as well.
We'll never know. Besides, a robotic prime minister? I doubt anyone would accept that. Inside or outside the country.
Yes, I suppose fear always does trump logic when it comes to the general public.
Exactly.
You are way too willing to just talk about anything. Even, like, the darker side of... I really like Doctor as a character. He's insane, but not in, like, an insane way, you know what I mean? It's, like, actually mind-boggling. Doctor be like, I have finally finished work on the Torment Nexus, the famed structure from the book Do Not Build the Torment Nexus. You talk about it like cyborgs aren't human anymore. Raiden is a cyborg, all of them are still people. Doc is a great character, he's really straightforward with you. Yeah, it's bad, but that's life. Yeah, like... It's... Part of him is very human, and part of him is not human at all. That's what's really interesting about it. Like... I guess the best way to explain it is he still approaches concepts of emotion and pain with, like, a scientific kind of view.
Raiden, something I meant to ask in our last chat. Did you consider opting for emotion restraints? I can understand one might be leery of the procedure, but it is all perfectly reversible, I assure you. You could implement them for a mission and then do away with them as soon as it was over.
I'll pass, thanks. To be honest, I have a problem with the whole concept.
And what is that?
Decisions are about more than just logic. Lose your emotions, and you risk not being able to relate to how normal people see right and wrong. Your conscience could end up different, warped, or who knows, maybe gone altogether. Boris agrees. That's why no Maverick cyborgs are allowed to use emotion restraints.
An understandable perspective. There is some data to support your belief. MRI scans have isolated the brain activity associated with choosing between good and bad. Mostly in the dorsolateral prefrontal and central orbitofrontal cortexes, to be precise. But this entire area of the brain is known to process emotion, not logical thought. It would seem to support the idea that emotion indeed plays a role in values-based decisions.
Well, there you go.
But another argument can be made, that it is emotion that sparks human conflict in the first place. All the great wars, all the great atrocities, would they have happened if not for emotional decisions?
Maybe not. But we can't just ignore the worldview of most of the planet. We don't exist in a vacuum here. To most of the world, a PMC operating on its own guidelines would be like a terrorist organization. They'd say we used brute force to impose our strange values on others. And they'd be right.
Yes, well, you have a point.
Abuse of emotion restraints has become a hot topic. Suppressing fear tends to boost aggression, which has led to cases of excessive violence.
True, achieving the right balance is difficult.
But on the other hand, it makes it possible to intentionally make people more aggressive. Even a child can become a bomb just waiting to explode.
Yes, it is very likely that Desperado is employing just such a technique.
My thought on that is, if you were to suppress the part of your brain that only works off of emotion, and then you're trying to only work off of logic, that still wouldn't work. You would just end up with a group of... You would end up with a race of sociopaths. Because not everyone's logic lines up. And in some cases, it would just be like... You're willing to take the life of somebody else in order to get yourself something that you might want. But the debate is the thing that you only want... The thing that you want is because of your emotions. Like, how do I say this? Say... You're in a scenario of survival, right? The age-old question. And there's someone next to you, but there's only enough food for one of you to survive that instance. The both of you are going to fight for it, logically. Emotionally, something might prevent the both of you from killing each other. If emotion was taken out of that equation entirely, then there's nothing stopping one of, or both of them really, from just making the decision of, okay, I will now make sure that this other guy doesn't get to have any of this. I will not try to find another solution to this problem. I will not do anything. It is just, this guy is a hindrance to my progression, so I will try to progress without him. You would become Kamakura Izuru, who? Minor note that Kevin and Boris talked for about 5 minutes. Doc has been on the yapping streak for the past 20, which I'm not complaining. You might still have some Courtney dialogue left too. I think I do have Courtney dialogue, but I was trying to go through all of Doc's current dialogue before I went back to Courtney.
Doc, that wolf UG. You think it's possible to...
We already went through this one.
I'll see. But let's... As if they... So it...
Oh my freaking god! Way to make Cyborg Steven more aggressive. Tell his brain another KH spin-off game got cancelled.
You know, our last chat got me thinking about all the problems with PMCs.
Oh? You come up with a solution to all our industry's ills, then?
Yeah. Let's just change the acronym.
What?
That's your solution? Just change the name and change the reputation, eh? To what? I know you like private security provider, but that'd be PSP. Private military security? PMS?
Well, the Montreux document uses PMSC, right? Private Military and Security Company. A bit more comprehensive. And a bit more awkward too, I guess. Seems like it never really caught on.
Yeah, we only use PMSC on contracts, or when we're specifically excluding older style PMCs.
I guess once a name sticks, that's it. Old habits are hard to break.
Right. Besides, I think we're past the point that a name change would do much for the industry's image.
I get your point. Though it did work once before. We don't call them mercenaries anymore, do we?
True. Danganronpa Hinata, after he got the hope surgery, removed his emotion. Oh, that. Okay. I forgot that was his name. The perfect being, the ultimate everything. Finally. Can you, like, stop blocking, please? Too late. Oh. I like how this game still delves into concepts that are traditionally like Metal Gear through the codex. It is tonally different through its cutscenes and combat, but ultimately I still like the direction that it's going in with how it explains just about everything. Lightning fast action, by the way. This is what every Metal Gear player wanted. If I didn't do this, then now I'm the bad guy for not listening to the codec. Oh, I'm dead, I think. Frick.
Raiden, what happened? You're supposed to be stronger than this.
Perfect parry one-shots the shields. Ah, know that now. State-of-the-art cyborg. Unmanned gears, hammerhead. What do you expect for me to do? Frick. There's probably like a whole string of air combos that I can do that I just don't know yet. Well, don't press that button. What's up, Chris Citric? Welcome to the side weapon tutorial. The what? Oh, right. It is a thing, isn't it? What's the side weapon button? That's not it. I don't remember what the button is. Wait. Are there codecs during the boss fights themselves?
The hammerhead missiles have an inertia fuse. Cut them before they stop and they will not detonate. And if it's too late to run, try blade mode.
Okay.
The hammerhead will to damage
That's
it,
the same.
or your own anti-air missiles will be effective too. Are there any nearby?
I kinda doubt they just leave him lying around, Boris.
Well, you never know with these types, Raiden. They can be careless. And you won't know if you don't look, huh?
Wait.
The hammerhead missiles have an inertia fuse, and if
Yeah. What did you say in the other one?
hammerhead will try to keep its distance from you as much as possible. To damage it, you could ninja run to close the range after it launches missiles. Or your own anti-air missiles will be...
Yeah, I'm gonna rest. Kevin?
Sorry, buddy. I got nothing right now. Maybe try asking Doctor or Boris.
Alright.
Take care of that enemy first, Raiden.
Nothing? You're just useless during combat?
Don't panic, Raiden. Keep cool, stay focused. Sorry, buddy. Maybe try...
Gotcha. Doctor?
Hammerheads have a nasty habit of firing all their missiles at once when they are about to go down.
UGs have habits?
Of course. They run on optical neural AIs. They can learn behavior the same as you or me.
And since all units in a UG line are trained in the same way with the same capabilities...
They develop similar fighting habits, yes.
Alright, so what do I do once it starts unloading all those missiles?
Ninja run. Use the projectiles as stepping stones to close the distance between you and the hammerhead.
I kind of wish I had spoken to all these people during the fight with, the dog.
Hammerheads have a nasty habit of firing all their missiles.
UG?
Of course.
And since...
They develop...
Alright.
Ninja...
Yeah. What the hell was the side weapon button? Whoops, that's the wrong one. Sub-weapon... Yeah, okay. I have that correct. It just won't let me use it. Unless this is... Yeah, no, nothing. It's not D-pad related. No! Oh. Of course there is. What did you think? I don't remember if you could do it during a raid fight. Similar to how it is for Platinum, the heavy ends... And the heavy ends the air combo with a Helm Splitter move. Right. I know this button works. So I'm really just, like, not sure why it won't pull up the menu for my sub-weapon. Maybe you need to hold it? How do I hold it? Like, what am I... What buttons am I forgetting exist? Square is light attack, triangle is heavy attack, X is jump, B... or circle is nothing. Okay, I pressed this multiple times. Why did this not show up? Whatever. You can get stunned? I'm sorry? Surely there's more. Oh, what do you mean this is the limit? I think we're cooked, chat. Wait. Nice.
What?
Oh!
Ryan? No. No!
Left bumper as weapon, you should also have RPGs as well. I do, it's just I didn't know that, this menu... Where is it? This menu was a thing. Like, I knew it existed, but I didn't remember the button for it, and I pressed the button for it, like, twice, but it just didn't open? For some reason? We... No, not we as in French. We as in you and I. Can you only do this when you're not moving? Or when you're not ninja running? Okay, that's why. That's really strange. Where? There you are. Dude! Stop. Alright, then you start falling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not cool. That didn't do quite as much. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. For us, they aren't so stupid as to just leave RPGs lying around. Clueless. Bested Chopper finally had its run back. That was a whack-ass run back. But yeah, I never realized how good that menu is until I started speedrunning. Also, if you put the HP recovery item in the recovery slot, it auto heals for you. That's just like the old Metal Gear games. So, I'm gonna say you're backseating a little bit much here. I would like for you to cut down on it, or just... Actually, just basically just straight up stop. If I have a question, then I'll ask it, but try to avoid giving me information. Because part of it is still finding out whatever's fun. I will admit, though, I do appreciate some of that, because the game does seem to have a little bit of a problem with telling you stuff and showing you controls. Hope that's not just me that thinks that. High frequency blade. Horus.
Most impressive, Raiden.
Yeah. Gonna have to do a lot more than float around like that to beat me.
Indeed, indeed. So, now you are in Sukumi Old Town. Pretty much still the same as after war in 1990s.
Looks like it.
Make your way through town. You'll need to pass through an abandoned hotel to reach the hill. The hotel is serving as headquarters for cyborg forces patrolling the new city.
Sounds like a blast. And why exactly am I walking right into enemy HQ?
Well, it's not a stealth mission, eh? Striking them will weaken their entire forces. Besides, we don't want them stabbing you in the back.
All right. At least I'll get to top off my electrolytes.
This is the spirit. Trust me, it is easier than knocking on refinery front gate.
Questioning killing people, by the way. Also, thank you for the follow, Chris Citric. Forgive me for not noticing that for about 10 minutes.
Raiden, let's recap your route.
Shoot.
First, continue down the road you are on. An abandoned hotel is up ahead. This road ends at the hotel. Enter and you should be able to reach a hill from the roof. There are more Soviet ruins past that hill. Get through there and you will reach the rear of the refinery.
Head for the hotel roof. Got it. Boris, any idea where they're getting the money to fund this operation?
Did we already listen to these
Assembling
ones?
this many cyborgs can't come cheap. Not to mention getting them all here.
There are two questions we have about the money. Is Dolzaev paying Desperado out of his own pocket?
And if not, then who is?
Duh. We do not know size of Dolzaev's war chest, only that he has some funding. Insurgent does not always mean the dirt poor guerrilla with the hunting rifle and homemade bomb. Some rebel groups are very well funded. In Arab oil nations, for instance.
Right. They have benefactors who share the same ideology.
There is also a chance some other party is backing Desperado directly, creating conflict for their own reasons, like the Patriots used to. Many groups stand to profit from wars, yes? Not just PMCs. Arms maker, contractor. Perhaps it is this kind of corporation behind them.
The oil interests alone could make billions here.
Duh. Already this violence so near the Abkhazia-Sochi pipeline is affecting markets. An interruption in the pipeline would shift the balance of power between the world's oil giants. Whether it's Dolzaev's goal or no, many groups stand to gain a lot of money from this mess.
Wait, what was the conflict in Metal Gear 1 and 2? It was all about oil with Oilix, right? But that was like turning something else into oil with nanomachines. Why is that still a factor here? I guess it's making the machines.
Raiden, I've been thinking. What Sundowner said. How peace in Africa was a problem for him. Do you remember?
Yeah. Doesn't sound like somebody fighting for an anti-Inmani faction, does it? The Prime Minister definitely had his detractors. Anyone in that position would. But he listened to them, treated them fairly. There was no real injustice for the opposition to rally around. So the rival factions never got that popular or that well-funded. There's no way they could afford all this.
But it does not make sense for Desperado to be acting alone here either. Even if they trigger full-blown war, there is no guarantee they would get the contract. Perhaps this is about natural resources? The last civil war was over precious metals.
You think big business hired Desperado to shake things up?
Who can say? At least it has not grown into a real civil war. Yet.
We need to figure out who's at the root of all this if we're gonna end it.
But knowing is only half the battle. It is the other half that will get you killed.
Well, no matter what, this mission has a nice side benefit. Putting a dent in Desperado will screw whoever's backing them, too.
Our focus is to help the Abkhaz people. But if we hurt those responsible for this on the way, well, so be it.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like somebody hired them. It sounds like they legitimately just feel like causing violence because they like it. That's it. And the violence would have ended if Mani had taken power. Give war a chance. Boris about to agree with Sundowner? Oh no. Don't gotta worry about that Sundowner. Why wouldn't we? He's still out there.
Let's recap your route.
Oh, not this
Turn
again.
Head.
Kevin?
Hey, Kev. That piece of shit who killed Imani. Is he one of those almighty winds?
Yeah. Goes by Sundowner. It's a folk name for this warm air current in Southern California. He's also, well, not the formal head of Desperado, but pretty much their de facto leader. Let's see. Born in Alabama, family was poor. Solid student, decent grades, but no money for college, so he joined the army. Says he fought in Panama in '89, then Iraq again, Afghanistan. In 2008, he drops out of the service and starts doing merc work for various PMCs. He was active all through the SOP years. Built up quite a reputation. Apparently, the Sundowner handle comes from all the blood he leaves behind. Looks like the sunset. Anyway, an IED put him out of action for a few years. But then, cyborg tech brought him out of retirement. The Army investigated him for possible war crimes. A few times, looks like. Desecrating remains, torturing POWs, some wrongful deaths. No convictions, though.
Pretty rosy past, huh? Not that I'm one to talk.
Hey, come on, buddy. You know that's not fair. You were just a kid. You didn't know what you were doing. And it's not like they gave you a choice.
Yeah. Thanks, Kev. Kev, you dig up anything more on Jetstream Sam?
Yeah, actually a bit. Still a lot of missing pieces.
I'll take what I can.
Right. Full name, Samuel Rodriguez. Born in Brazil, so I guess that'd be more like Samuel Rodriguez. He's actually not one of the Winds of Destruction. He's not even a Desperado employee.
Yeah. Didn't seem like your typical PMC to me.
His father ran a Brazilian Kenjutsu dojo.
Genjutsu. That's a school of Japanese swordplay.
Mm-hmm. A lot of Japanese immigrated to Brazil way back when. They brought martial arts with them. Those evolved and became their own offshoots. You've heard of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? It's their variation on Judo. Brazilian Kenjutsu's the same kind of thing. A different evolution of the old samurai sword skills. Bit of capoeira and some other stuff mixed in. Anyway, I did some digging.
Sounds sick.
Apparently, the Rodriguez dojo was a big proponent of the Uridachi style.
Uridachi. AKA Setsujinken, the murdering sword. Basically the polar opposite of my sword of justice.
Rodriguez Kenjutsu uses kicks, sword butts, even throws. Unpredictable and very deadly. Anyway, this is interesting. Sam's father was killed by one of his pupils. There were rumors one of the cartels was involved, but it's not clear how or why. After that, Sam disappears for a while, then comes back, kills the guy who killed his dad, and leaves Brazil. He travels the world for a while, taking odd jobs, bodyguard, cleaner for the mob, etc., etc. Made a big name for himself in the criminal underworld, especially in Central and South America. One story has Sam taking out a mafia hit squad, 10 men, all with assault rifles, using only his sword.
Not unheard of for a cyborg.
This was back in the early 2000s.
Come on. He did that without enhancements? And pre-SOP?
That's the story anyway. And he's a cyborg now, so he could only be stronger. Not to freak you out or anything.
I told you, Kev. I got a reading on his fighting style from last time, and my body's been upgraded. I'll be fine.
Yeah. Oh. I know you will be.
I feel like this is one of those cases where you really shouldn't just depend upon your body and... I mean, I guess the reading on his fighting style is your mind part, but... I don't know, I feel like worry is justified here.
Right. Head for the oil.
And you're the same. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Frickin' Doctor's gonna talk for 1,000 years again about this stupid helicopter. Don't do it, Doctor, please.
That was a hammerhead, right? I know it's the first canard rotor wingcraft to go into general use.
Mm-hmm. Capable of taking off vertically like a helicopter with a fixed wing mode for speedy flight. A jet nozzle on the rotor provides the propulsion that spins the rotor and keeps the craft hovering. During flights, the rotor is fixed, becoming the craft's main wing. The tail wings and canards, the wings on the far front, provide lift while the craft is changing modes.
Pretty wild. And the hammerhead's the only one out there.
The design began as DARPA-funded research. The craft they designed could take off and hover well enough, but they could never figure out how to handle going over to fixed wing. The project was cancelled in 2006, but AT Corps apparently picked up where they left off.
Sounds like a troubled development.
But worth the effort. Unlike a helicopter or tilt rotor, the machinery spinning the rotor is exceedingly simple. Not only does it cut down on weight, but maintenance is made easier. In fixed-wing mode, it is no different from any other jet aircraft, giving it a decisive speed advantage. I must say it's well suited as an escort to a tilt rotor, too.
I can see you're a fan.
Oh, I'm a fan of anything imaginatively designed. As a scientist, it pushes all my buttons, one would say. In terms of innovation, it shares a great deal with the Triebflügel, a World War II-era German concept craft. It, too, utilized the tip-jet concept.
Doesn't look like it has any business being in the air, though. I'd be kind of nervous riding in one.
Oh, but that's just what would make the ride such fun, no? I'm a firm believer in the case for more pie-in-the-sky experimentation like this. We live in an age of UGs, after all. We don't even need test pilots.
No one's gonna get on if it crashes, Doc.
There's some more I'd say about Sam, but I can't until you're nearing the end of the game. Oh boy.
Hey, Doc. Kev mentioned a lot of the high-ranking military were brain-jacked. Can you give me any more on that?
Well, it is not my area of expertise, but I have working knowledge of such matters, yes. Much of it is similar to cybernetics, you know.
Makes sense. A cyborg's frame is reading signals directly from the brain.
Indeed. Brainjacking employs nanomachines to stop these signals from reaching a normal body. The pilot can then substitute their own signals and control the victim. They can govern all motor movement, but not the victim's thoughts. It is not mind control. More like a puppet. The subject will not move on their own. The pilot must send control signals.
You can't just implant an idea like a hypnotist.
Precisely. You must manipulate them directly. Now, there are several methods for doing this. The pilot can act out the desired behavior and send the resulting electric impulses in real time. For example, the master raises his right hand, the victim does the same. The master says, Arschgeige, and the victim does as well.
Yeah, I get the idea, Doc.
Another method is to set an AI in control as a victim. Less convincing, but less labor-intensive. The AI can access the subject's memory center, at least, to recognize acquaintances and the like.
But anyone looks really closely, and the gig is up.
Mm-hmm. Mimicking behavior from surface memories is difficult, you know. Quite difficult. AIs are still very poor at replicating more subtle cues, such as the manner of speaking. As a result, often the victim can barely pass as a human, much less any certain individual. With the current tech, a passing acquaintance might be fooled, but not a close friend. Not for long.
Good. The idea of AIs controlling people is bad enough. At least I'll be able to tell if it happens to someone I know.
What's stopping somebody from just brainjacking an entire enemy army and then having them all kill themselves?
So, Doc, if brainjacking can access someone's memory, can't we basically see everything in their past?
Well, that would depend on precisely what you mean by see their past. The brain does not store every single detail the senses take in, you know. It records highlights, further simplified into a highly symbolic form, all to lighten the amount of data. We know how the brain reacts to what it was previously aware of. We can even gauge the emotion provoked. But reproducing memories? No. I've seen little progress in research to this area.
But say we directly linked my brainstem with the nanomachines of a brainjacking victim. Couldn't I read their memories?
There have been attempts at such things, but it is not so simple, you know. The connections between successive memories make up one's identity. If you disturb that, for example, say we remove all memories you have of being yourself and replace them with my own.
Yeah.
You would feel you was a great Dr. Wilhelm Vogt. You would behave very similar to how I do. However, what if instead you kept your own memories and we added mine to them? You would feel you are both Raiden and Wilhelm Vogt. Suddenly your memories would not lead one to the next. You would be confused, disoriented, without a sense of which man you were, and thus how you should behave. So, you see, the very concept is not practical for most military applications. In trying to read an enemy's mind, you would, in a sense, become that enemy.
You wouldn't know which side you were fighting for.
Precisely. Cyborg memories are completely different, of course. A cyborg's visuals are often monitored by outside parties, much as we do with yours. This visual data can, of course, be recorded for later analysis. All with full video and all in the holographic memory in their left hands.
So you can just sit back and enjoy the movie?
Well, it's not always recorded, mind you. And even then, there's the issue of locating the desired data buried inside all that video. You might need to comb 10 days of recordings from 10 cyborgs to find a single person or document. That is 100 days of work. Even replayed double speed, 50 days.
Can't you automate the search?
Of course. You can flag any time a certain face appears or if certain words are said. But the process is not perfect, and it still requires time, you know. Besides which, often one doesn't know what they are searching for until they find it. But should you ever require a search through your memory, Raiden, I would be happy to assist you.
Yeah, for a modest fee, I'm sure.
You're just willing to watch Raiden kill a number of people?
I have to say, Doc, it's almost scary everything nanomachines are capable of. SOP, brainjacking.
Oh, but the cyborg is capable of even more.
You think?
I do. With nanomachines. You know this name has always bothered me, nanomachine. They are much more than smaller versions of existing machines. So much more. You cannot just take a motor and make it all teeny tiny, you know? A human chromosome is 10 micrometers long, roughly. A nanometer is 1/100th that length. These devices must be crafted at the molecular level to work at that scale. It is far more to do with molecular biology than mechanical engineering.
Okay, Doc, but where are you going with it?
It is, however, now possible to create proteins that simulate viral functions, effectively fooling natural human cells into taking on a wide range of less conventional characteristics, boosting strength or resilience, or even regenerative ability. Not to CNT muscle fiber levels, of course. After all, these molecules and proteins can only make use of the materials at hand. That is to say, the atoms that naturally occur within the human body.
I'm not sure I follow. Are you saying cyborg tech is already more advanced than nanomachines?
Well, not necessarily. But the potential for future growth seems much greater, does it not? Natural means can only rearrange what is already there. Boost one ability too far, and you might take away from another. If the human race is to truly evolve, I believe we must shed this DNA-driven organic flesh and exchange it for something far more functional. Cyborg technology seems better suited to this purpose, at least in terms of military applications. But then, who knows? A revolution in nanotechnology could be occurring even as we speak. Progress rarely takes the form we expect, you know? Such is the great frustration and glory of science.
You're unsettling. Damn, that was... Believes that in order for humanity to advance, we need to just not be human anymore. That's essentially what I took from that. That does make me wonder, though, if you can use those nanomachines to enhance the body in whatever way, could you essentially give somebody other kinds of traits? Like, say, I assume using the nanomachines to do something like become, or to go from like male to female or female to male would be like child's play at this point. But what if you wanted to take on characteristics of an animal? What if you wanted to, say, grow a tail? Would you be able to use nanomachines to rewrite whatever part of your body would say, no, we don't have a tail, to then give yourself a tail?
Doc, that wolf UG. You think it's possible to repair?
We already did this one.
Assuming,
I'll see.
of course.
But let's, cause if
In the neuro hard,
so it
no, this I couldn't give it.
So it-
I would make.
glad.
If you ever want to see
By
Brainjack
the way,
Army, you
Raiden,
can look
we're
at
not
Fear.
picking up any EXIF codes here either. They're all unaffiliated.
Makes sense. We're enemies. Desperado's EXIF code won't match ours, and vice versa. How much do you know about how EXIF works?
Not much. Just that it comes up as a positive match for friendlies and unaffiliated for anyone else.
Which could be friendlies or neutrals not broadcasting the same code for some reason. Say a damaged transmitter or signal interference. But 99 times out of 100, yeah, it's an enemy. EXIF is based on the IFF radio system aircraft use. Stands for Expanded Identification Friend or Foe.
Too bad it only actively IDs friends and not enemies. But I guess asking troops to broadcast, "Hey, enemy here, kill me," would be a bit much.
Telling friends and enemies apart was always a problem in the air, but it's gotten tricky on the ground too. Especially in the War on Terror, with all these PMCs and multinational forces mixing together. The US Army experimented with infrared patches to ID allies. They'd show up in night vision.
Then SOP came along and offered a more efficient method?
Right. SOP's gone now, but its ID protocol is still used all over. ID chips and dog tags, transponders required on all vehicles, aircraft, UGs, cyborgs, you name it.
But if everyone's using the same basic system, how do armies hide their info from the enemy?
Heavy-duty encryption for one. The chips also use a hybrid cross-spectrum system to transmit the data. Without the proper key, it's hard to pick up the signal in the first place. PMCs typically only share their codes with nations or other PMCs they're working with.
What happens if they end up on different sides later, like in a separate conflict?
They just generate a new code and encryption key. The point is, EXIF is required on all combat units, but it's pretty easy to hide the signal.
And 99 times out of 100, unaffiliated means it's a hostile?
Right. Just like with IFF and aircraft. You're a quick study, Courtney.
Nice history lesson,
What the-
Teach. Now, if you're done, I think you have a nation to save.
Just a little on-the-job training, Kev. Riding out.
Why did you chime in, Kevin? Whatever, man. If you ever want to see Brainjack Army, you can look at Fear. Would recommend it on Wednesday, but I don't know if you can play it or got money for it. I do not.
It's too far on foot and too heavily guarded. Stick with the plan and make your way through the old city.
Interesting series to say the least. Game is old, but still good. Fear was sort of on my list to play. I'm not like super interested in it, but
Pretty stupid to try and hide here. Looks to me like Russian spies.
Hey, we are
just shoot him already.
Away our position. Waste him. We'll fill out the paperwork later.
No, please. I will do anything.
Thank you. Now I can do this. Never mind, now I can't do this. This guy literally let the man die because I can't risk, like, killing him, right? That's bad. Killing him is the bad thing. If I hit him at all, then we lost. Okay, good. They shot him in the head. Good job, boys. Now I can engage. All life is sacred, head ass. I don't know what to tell you, bro. The whole thing is, if we strike a civilian at all, then bad things happen. I wanted to avoid striking the civilian. What are you talking about, Jesse? There's a literal achievement for saving all civilians. Plus you can't kill them with a swing, they've invuln? You're kidding. See, now that's information you shouldn't have told me.
So that's where they're holed up.
Some electronic lock on the gate.
Most likely it opens only if you have the right ID data stored in your left hand. Perhaps you could find a cyborg with access and borrow it?
You see any cyborgs around here, Doc?
Why not double back? Check the vehicle route again. You know, back at the entrance to the old city. Who knows? Maybe you can hitch a ride. Most likely, platoon commanders carry correct ID data for the gate. Use enhanced mode to figure out who to hit.
The heck? What is enhanced mode, though? That's enhanced mode. Oh, hello. Nice camera. Oof. Didn't think I should, but I didn't expect you to just let the guy die and watch, although knowing you. Okay. Did he kill the guy with the left hand, and did he save the civvy? I didn't. Whoops. Doesn't everybody have a left hand? How do I... Give me that? Cool.
Bravo! Excellent work! There was classified data embedded in that hand. It appears that man underwent modification at a Patriot facility, just as you did.
Just a guy? Okay. Ultron trailer just dropped for Marvel Rivals? No kidding? Cool. Shoot, man, I just uninstalled that game. The Street Fighter. I guess I gotta reinstall it now. I really wish I had bought the terabyte SSD. Oh no, not these dudes. Oh, he kicked me. Dude. He freaking kicked me! There's a lot of things going on here. What? Okay. Whatever. Tiny ass SSD. It's 500 gigabytes, bro. It should have been enough. Guess this guy won't be having kids anymore. Oh, that's a clip. Thanks for the clip. Looks like a killer healer as expected. Killer? Wait, what? Is he a support class? You're kidding. I would not expect a character like Ultron to be a healer. I don't know what he can do, though. Anything below 1 terabyte is pathetic these days? Yeah, when I bought it, it wasn't these days. 500 gigabytes was fine. Guess what I couldn't have accounted for? I couldn't have accounted for the video game industry to no longer optimize their file compression. So, here we are with the 300 gigabyte game releasing unfinished. Good one. Good one, John, video game industry. In case you missed it, Strong, just 4 hours unless you want to extend by like 2 hours. Is what's about to happen about to take a whole bunch of time. I was gonna try to get to the next checkpoint and then stop, but if the next checkpoint is just like a big boss, which it kind of feels like it's about to be, then...
To get to the plant, first make your way to the hotel roof.
Right. I think I will just stop here. Whoops.
So I get past the gate and into the hotel. Then what?
That hotel was used by the nomenclatura, high-ranking Communist Party bureaucrats. All destroyed now, of course, but in Soviet days, full of luxury. Anyway, you should be able to reach a hill from hotel roof. There are more Soviet ruins past that hill. Get through there, and you will reach the rear of the refinery.
Head for the hotel roof. Got it.
Alright. This is a solid stopping point. You can finish this mission entirely next time. Gotcha. It's fitting if you know the character. He was made to protect humanity, but then he got a hold of the internet and saw humanity wasn't worth protecting. I thought it was because of something involving, at least in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, something involving, like... In the Cinematic Universe, he's made to protect humanity, but something about the way Tony Stark programmed him made him, like, completely misinterpret that. Or, I don't remember exactly what it was, but then he became evil. But then there's, like, the Ant-Man version of it, where he made Ultron instead, and the whole thing was that Ant-Man was, like, he was a bad person. Just a generally bad person when he developed Ultron, and that bled over into Ultron's development, and then you got like a world-ending robot, the wife beater machine. Yeah, basically.
So I get past the gate.
We already went through this one.
Head for...
Kevin.
Right. Head for the...
Same thing. Doctor.
Check your destination on the Soliton radar.
That's it? Okay. Courtney, save me and then I'm gonna stop.
Hey, Courtney. Have you ever tried Abkhazian cuisine?
Georgian, yes, but, I mean, I don't really know much about Abkhazia, so... It'd be nice to try it, though, since we're this close and all.
Huh. Even you haven't tried it? Now I'm really curious.
What do you mean, even me?
Well, before we head to any new country, you always hit up local spots that serve their cuisine, right? You know, your little research trips.
Oh, come on. Not always. I just think it's interesting to compare local interpretations of ethnic food to the real thing. Plus, it's a great way to get familiar with a big part of any nation's culture. That's all.
Okay. But no time for research this time around, huh?
Well, like I said, I've had Georgian food before. And most of the Eastern Bloc sees Abkhazia as just another part of Georgia. But yeah, really tasty. They had this incredible cheese bread. Ugh, and the wine.
Georgian wine is famous after all, though I hear you won't find it in Russia.
They say most Abkhazian cuisine is closer to Turkish food than what you'll find in the rest of Georgia. Apparently only their wine resembles what they serve in Georgia.
Okay. Not really sure what I'm supposed to do with that. Man! Frick streaming this game, but not for the reason you might think. There's so many frickin' codecs, and I get it. It's a Metal Gear game. It's a Metal Gear game. This is to be expected to some degree, but also when everybody's looking at this game with the action-y cutting people in half move, like, it feels like I'm disappointing someone when I decide to try to listen to all of the codecs because I want to know what each character has to say. I'm busy playing a game, but what Strone said about Ultron was wrong, but he's always wrong, so no surprise there. Okay, alright. Which one? What's the Marvel Cinematic Universe Ultron? I don't remember what the story was behind him. I did see the movie where he first comes into play, but I don't remember what he did. 6 hours of codex out of 3 hours and... 6 hours of codex, out of which 3 hours are Doctor. Yup. Someone complaining? No, no one's complaining. Actually, yes, I'm complaining. And I'm sure all of you are silently complaining. It's not outward on the keyboard yet. In due time. This game doesn't like when I alt-tab, so I'm gonna just close it. How do I stop that? You're gonna make me load up a save file before I... Yeah, right, I forgot. Now this button. I just play a game, I'm fine. Aight then. Thought you only saw Endgame? That's the only one I remember. I told you, I saw Endgame, the first Guardians of the Galaxy, the first Iron Man movie, bits and pieces of the first Hulk. That one I didn't tell you guys about. And then I know that I saw the Ultron movie, but I don't remember like anything about it. That's the one where Vision comes in, right? 'Cause something about the Soul Stone was was it like the Soul Stone made Ultron and Ultron was evil, but then it also made Vision. Like Tony's programming combined with the Soul Stone created Ultron or something. I don't remember. Vision and Ultron are in the same movie. Right, yeah. I was honestly watching you watching Portraits Talking. Now that you are done, I have a Grand Blue set to attend to. Okay. Who can I raid? The Soul Stone made Vision. Yeah, I know that it made Vision, but did it also have a hand in making Ultron? Like, I remember something about Tony seeing, I think he was examining the Soul Stone and then made something off of it, that being Ultron. I don't remember anymore, man. It's just been too long. Okay, who's doing what? Who can I send you people to? Who have I not rated in recent day, and who have rated in recent day? Savi is playing Claire Obscure. Ellis is playing Just Chatting at the moment. Bimton is playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Again. Cerno is playing Minecraft. Raymomo is playing Look Outside. Margot is playing Retro. Not Retro, Digital Devil Saga. Vipire is playing Dark Souls 3. Everybody that I want to watch really be streaming at the same exact time. Every time. My two choices are either Margot or Bimpton. And I'm leaning a little bit more toward Bimpton. Not for any particular reason. Ugh. I think I've rated Digital Devil Saga best game of all time. Is it now? I think I've rated Margot more recently than Bimpton. I'm not sure. I have. Bro, I got like the same cycle of 3 people. Frick me. Anything that isn't Digital Devil Saga is a crap choice. Sounds like you're a simple guy. Raid D's. Who's D's? Oh, sorry, I accidentally uppercased those letters. Uh-huh. Sure, accidentally. Why not? I'm sending you to Bimpton. She's on her 22nd day of her big old scamathon. Get the heck out of here. Have fun over there. Send us to a scammer. Wild times. She's not a scammer. She laid it out all. You'll frickin' hear the whole 9 yards when you get there. Anyway, tomorrow you'll see me 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Maybe with, if it's not Helldivers, then it'll probably be Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, because I have had a little bit of a desire to go back to that game. Saturday is gonna be a fighting game. I don't know which fighting game. No clue. Question marks, etc. Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard, question mark video game. Tuesday. Tuesday is Metaphor Fantasio. Wednesday, I was thinking like X-Blaze. I was thinking freaking X-Blaze, The Evil Within, Puyo Puyo Tetris, and I think there was one more. But oh wait, Ghost of Tsushima. But I'm not really sure which one to start. I'll figure it out by the end of this week, I'm sure. Thursday, more Metal Gear Rising. Friday, some Monster Hunter of some sort, hopefully. And then Saturday, question mark fighting game. If you guys got anything to say to me or anyone else who's decided to join, hit up the Discord below the stream. If you click the picture that says Discord, I'm going to go do whatever. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, evening, morning, or night, whatever time it might be for you. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.